Sound check. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think we should go ahead and start. It's almost 10:30. We promised a 10 o'clock start, but you know how it is. It's a Saturday morning. But it's great to see so many of you here. Before we start and I do the formal introductions, I just had a word with the finalists and they have a request. If you guys could please smile because they're really nervous and they were like, what should we expect? It's like, guys, everybody's on your side. It's okay, you know, except this row here of the judges. Everybody else, you know, no, I'm kidding, guys. You know, it's tough for them. They have to pick a winner and, you know, it's going to be an intense morning. So that having been said, hello, everybody. Those that are here in the room, those that are virtually connected through the website via the live telecast. Welcome to the grand finals of Project Inspire, 5 minutes to change the world. This is the 4th year, super exciting. Most things don't make it past the 1st year, and here we are at 4. So, you know, MasterCard, UN Women, a really good job in keeping this going. It's exciting for me to be a part of it, and clearly also from the size of the audience this morning who have come out here at 10 o'clock, it's exciting for them also to be inspired by the youth of today. You guys, feel that weight on your shoulders? Okay, so, I'm in charge of stuff like telling you to please put your mobile phones on silent. When it comes time for the finalists to present, if you could please reserve your applause till the end of the Q&A. Follow my cue. Let's do it that way. When I clap, you clap. If I don't clap, you don't clap. Okay? I'll clap for each of you. Don't worry. I won't. Yeah. All right. Now, and again, as you can see by our finalists over here, what Project Inspire really is about the youth. It's about getting young people who are inspired to inspire others also to make a difference. It's about encouraging them to build sustainable long-term projects that benefit disadvantaged women and girls through social education, entrepreneurship, and financial literacy in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and Africa. And this whole thing was launched 4 years ago in 2011 to commemorate the 100th anniversary of International Women's Day and MasterCard's 25th anniversary in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa. And in the last 2 years, I'm quite proud to say, even though I'm just the MC and I really don't have, you know, but this competition has bagged 5 awards regionally. And we've had youth around the world between the ages of 18 and 35. You guys, 18 to 35? Good, just checking. Okay, we're encouraged to send in their ideas as a 5-minute video pitch. Again, this is to empower disadvantaged women and girls through social entrepreneurship. Sorry, I've got many points to walk you through. Now again, this year we've had over 500 pitches submitted. These are the 10 finalists, and we're really excited to have you guys here today. I had a short chat with them. Most of them just flew in on Wednesday, so I said, you must be well rested. They said they haven't slept a wink since they got here. So, you know, we're thankful that you guys have come all the way out here, and congratulations. It's not a matter of who wins today. I think the fact that you are the last 10 standing of over 500 pitches says a lot about the work that you're doing, the passion and dedication you've demonstrated so far. And again, they've come from all corners of the world, from the US to Uganda to Tanzania, across Asia, India, the Philippines, Pakistan, and Timor-Leste. And they're here to pitch their inspired ideas for the US $25,000 Project Inspire Women's Empowerment Grant to help bring their idea to life. Now this year, courtesy of Hilton Worldwide, there'll be an additional $10,000 runner-up prize, which gives the finalists even more chance to make their ideas a reality. Now, again, since 2011, I mentioned that we've had over 500 pitches this year. But from the start till now, cumulatively, we've had over 1,800 pitch proposals submitted by youth teams representing more than 100 different countries, from Africa, Asia, the Middle East, to the Americas and the Pacific Islands. And a community of over 77,000 engaged and inspired supporters have joined the Project Inspire cause online on Facebook and Twitter. And I think a round of applause, you know, I think it's really exciting to see that, well, we might just have 100, 200 people here in this room. Really what we do have is a much, much bigger engaged community and over a much longer term. Like it's not just this morning, it's not just about the finals. It's much more than that. Of course, it's always fun to have more awards, so we have one more award, which is the People's Choice Award. Now, this award really is, again, when we talk about this huge engaged community online, it's also a chance for them to get involved and to vote for their favorite project for the People's Choice Award. So throughout the month of August, these 10 pitches were posted on the Project Inspire's website. Voting closed last night, so it's too late, no last-minute voting. But again, the one entry with the highest number of votes online will get this special award. Now, we're going to go straight into the format of the pitches and really kick this morning off. How it will work is each finalist will be given 5 minutes to deliver their pitch to the judges on why they deserve the grand prize. The timekeeper will signal at the 4-minute mark and ring the bell at the end of 5 minutes, which will signal the end of the pitch. We are very strict about the 5 minutes because we want to be fair to all of the finalists who are here. So if we cut them off, don't think that we're rude. You know, there are rules and we have to follow them, okay? So for the Q&A session, there'll be a 7-minute Q&A session, which Jasjit will help facilitate. I'll introduce the judges in a minute. A lot of information this morning. One last thing here is Pigeonhole. Anybody used Pigeonhole before? 1, 2. Okay, we'll start with that. So, Pigeonhole, look, you get to learn so many new things this morning. You know, this one's about technology. So, Pigeonhole we'll be using for our Q&A sessions. So, if you have a smartphone, tablet, laptop with you, if you launch your internet browser and you go to phlive.at, so phlive.at, you can key in the event passcode, which is Inspire14. I'm going to go through all this again later, by the way. So Inspire14, and this is where you can actually put in your own questions. So if the audience has any questions, feel free to engage in this way. If you're not good at technology, raise your hand. We can also go the old-fashioned route if need be. Okay, so we've had a very... I've said this a few times, but I'd like to invite up on stage, please, Ms. Trina Liang, who is the President for Singapore Committee for UN Women, to give the welcome address. Trina, please.
Hello. So good morning, everybody. Thanks for sharing your Saturday with us. And just to let you know, we didn't hire any MRT trains to get our people here today. So good morning, especially the judges, the audience, and the delegates. Welcome to the beautiful INSEAD campus here in Singapore, home of Project Inspire for the last 4 years. Also, a very warm welcome to all the people who are joining us here on video link. We're really excited to bring you the 4th installment of Project Inspire. Today, as you've heard from Singh, we have people from San Francisco, from Uganda, from Australia, the Philippines, India. They're a wonderful bunch, and I'm so excited that you're going to get to know them very soon. Last year, at the Women of the World Conference in New York, Hillary Clinton said that women's rights are the greatest unfinished business of the 21st century, and that women's rights are human rights, and human rights are women's rights. And you know she's probably going to be president in 2016, so we have to, remember her words. So we, the women and men, are all here united in the one common inspirational belief that being change agents for women strengthens not just families, but the bonds of communities and ensures peace and economic securities for countries and the world. We are also here today to learn, to teach, to share with each other, and to be inspired. And to leave here, hopefully, to take action. So Helen Keller, another inspiration of mine, is the first deaf-blind person to earn an arts degree. And she once inspirationally said that although the world is full of suffering, it is also full of the overcoming of the suffering. And so right she was, because today you will hear all these stories of overcoming, of hope, of resilience, and the power of belief and inspiration, of what communities and the youth of today can do to change the world for women and girls for a better tomorrow. This is really what Project Inspire is all about, and UN Women Singapore is proud to again collaborate with MasterCard to dream up this amazing platform for young, inspirational change agents of tomorrow. And frankly, this is one of the most inspiring events for me in the entire UN Women calendar year and for our board as well. I think it's one event that we really, really look forward to, and I hope you'll enjoy it as much as we do. You come away energized, you're inspired, you want to do something, and you have a lot of hope for the future of this world. So as Ting said, but I'll repeat this, that Project Inspire attracted more than 500 entries from more than 70 countries from around the world. 70 countries. And now we have more than 75,000 Facebook likes. We're also very proud that the first winner of Project Inspire has gone on to become the youngest senator in the Philippines, and Hapinoy, the winner of Project Inspire 2011, continues to grow and contribute to poor communities in the Philippines. Now, before I conclude, please allow me to the time to thank our generous flagship sponsors, for without them, we surely wouldn't be here. And not just for their capital investment, but for their time and energy, as well as their commitment to this very important cause. So first and foremost, a special mention always to our founding sponsor, MasterCard, who have not just put up the prize money of $25,000 US, but have paid for all the expenses of all the finalists, the accommodation, the airfare, and on occasion they also come up with a special prize. You know, they always have this special prize, like 10,000, right? So watch out for that. That may happen. So over the years, MasterCard has become not just a corporate sponsor, but a really true partner of UN Women, helping to change mindsets internally within the organization and externally through its many advertising campaigns. We are once again so proud to partner an organization that dares to dream so big to change the world, one card payment at a time. And I literally mean one card payment at a time, because if you use your MasterCard, $2 will come to you anyway. This year, we also want to warmly welcome a new partner, Hilton Hotels, which is another global organization that walks the talk. Many of you have heard of Travel with a Purpose, a Hilton CSR initiative. Hilton Hotels not only leads CSR initiatives in the hospitality space, but is a recognized and innovative leader in the global corporate CSR space. I was very fortunate to meet up with their management and employees earlier this year at the Hilton Hotel when we launched Plan W, which is an empowerment of women in the hospitality space earlier this year in Singapore. Next, INSEAD, Jasjit, one of the top institutions of learning in the world, and our wonderful knowledge and venue sponsor. Their professors have provided us invaluable guidance and coaching to our Project Inspire finalists since inception, and some of their students have become the brightest sparks in the social entrepreneurship space. And in fact, the 2012 Project Inspire winner was an INSEAD grad. And last but not least, Bain and Company, the global consulting powerhouse that is the recognized leader in the industry. No doubt most of you have heard of Bridgespan, part of the Bain and Company family that provides strategic consulting for the nonprofit sector. That team has provided invaluable
Thank you very much, Georgette. Okay, so now, finalists, it's been very nice having you here, but you have to leave because, to be fair, you can't hear the other finalists present. The one finalist that can stay, though, who is first up, is from Vietnam, Pham Thi Ngoc Mai. Did I get that right? Yes. If you could say, you must leave. And we will see you back here so you can go cram a little bit more. Good luck, good luck. Guys, she's going to be okay. She's in good hands. You're going to be okay, right? Yes. All right, so we're just going to get her mic'd up, and then we're going to start. Before we start, and while we're just getting her ready to... Actually, that was very quick. Are you good to go? All right, so I'm just going to do a quick introduction. So this project is supporting disadvantaged young women through vocational training and job placement. The location is Vietnam, and the aim is to transform the lives of disadvantaged women in Vietnam via a range of skills training from web design to hairdressing, plus job placement and follow-up support. The organization being represented is called REACH, and the team leader who's here today, who will be speaking on behalf of her team, is Pham Thi Ngoc Mai. So
Thank
please,
you.
over to you.
Good morning, everyone. To begin with, I would like you to meet mine. It is said that having basic education is an entitled right to everyone. But for mine, going to school has never been an option. It's because of two reasons. She has no hands at all, and her parents are poor. With limited income, her parents has no choice but to put the priority on their other three normal children. Mine wasn't sent to school. At the age of 24, she has no qualification, no jobs. Now, looking back at the larger picture, according to the most updated statistic of the International Labour Organization, half of the unemployed people in Vietnam are under the age of 25. And for every 5 university graduates, one of them is out of jobs. So do you think people like mine, having no qualification, they are from disadvantaged background, they are school dropouts, they are from poor family, some of them are human traffic victims, they are living with IVS, and some of them having no choice but decide to become industrial sex worker. Do you think they stand any chance to become employed in this very competitive labor market? Can I find a job that she likes? Can all of that happen in 4 months' time? At REACH, the answer is yes. What we do is quite simple. We have 3-month vocational training and 6-month job placement. We have different training areas, including hairdressing, web and graphic design, food and beverage, sales and marketing, and nail art. And after the student graduate, we help them to find job. We believe that if the disadvantaged young women, if they can have job skill and have a job, it's very important for them because it helps them to stand on their own feet and help their family in the long run. And toward the purpose, our success, the success of the recruitment rate of our students so far is more than 80%. Within the students get job within 6 months after their graduation. How can that be possible? How does the model work? That's 80%. How does the model work? Firstly, we match the training to an industry need. And secondly, we train the student what they need at workplace. We teach them professional skill and also life skill to build their confidence, their self-esteem, and to make them have very good work habits. And we also provide English training to focusing on the English training competency in that targeted occupation. And thirdly, as I said before, we have 6 months support to our students after they graduate. We provide them internship and the field trip so that they can get real experience in their future workplace. And without this 6-month support, all of the training that I mentioned about doesn't make any sense at all. And so far, the most important key factor for our model is that we have intensive participation from the business network. The business network, they help us in building, providing internship opportunities and job placement. That's the most important thing. But besides, they help us in improving our training curriculum and being our guest lecturer. This is how we connect to the business and get them involved in our program. So you may wonder, how does the story end? The story of Mai. Mai came to Rick 2 years ago, and now she has jobs. She's a web and graphic designer. You can see in her profile from no job to jobs, and with no qualification, she is now a qualified web and graphic designer. And I can tell you that my story hasn't ended yet. It's just a new chapter of her life. And all the material we need for that chapter is 3-month vocational training, 6-month job placement, a practical training program, and a good connection with the business network. And what else? 25,000 grand, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Mai, for the excellent presentation. Judges, what do you think? Questions?
I have a question. How are the students actually selected?
So we have 17 criteria to select the student. So our students coming from different backgrounds, they are school dropout from poor family, human trafficking victim, sex worker. So we have total 17 criteria to select the student. So we work with different development organizations like the Blue Dragon, the social crime organization. So they work in the same area. They're helping the same people as us, and we cooperate with them, and they provide other like the shelter or skills shelter or health consultation, and we provide vocational training and job placement.
Other questions? Patricia?
So it's a wonderful presentation, a really great story. So I see that one of your funders is Plan. So how will this money, this additional $25,000, how will that help you? How will you use those funds?
So with the 25,000 grant, we will have 50 disadvantaged young women to get jobs. There's a wide range of career they can choose from, but most of them, they choose hairdressing, nail art, and web and graphic design. So we help them to gain job skill and also help them to find job and make sure that they can keep their job within 6 months after their graduation. Because we think that if they can stay in the job in 6 months, they can stay in the job longer.
So this will help you take in more students, more women.
Yeah, more students and more women.
Maybe I can ask one question?
Yeah.
So in the long run, what is your ambition? Do you think you will always need support from some organization like in this competition? Or will you refine the model at some point? You don't have to waste time flying out like this. You can just run your business and somebody in the business is paying.
Actually, your question is the challenge that we are meeting right now. As you know, Vietnam is becoming a middle-income country, and a lot of foreigners are withdrawn from Vietnam and change their focus to another country. So we are thinking about from a non-profit, we're changing to a social enterprise, because our trend is to provide vocational training and skill training for youth. So instead of providing it free, we will develop a new scheme that we will provide training and skill training to youth who can afford the cost. So we will use all the revenue back to support those who don't have enough money to use our service.
Okay.
How have you, or how do you see involving some of the graduates of this program to serve as mentors or even instructors in future of kind of next generation students that'll go through the program?
Can you?
Sorry, so you'll have people that go through the program like my, and a year from now, is there a plan or an idea to get people like my to be like a mentor or a trainer for the next round of students?
Yeah, we have the alumni club. So besides the scope of the 6-month follow-up, we have the alumni club for the students who graduate more than 6 months. So the students come back to us and they participate in our program. They even help us in doing mobilization. And we have different activities for them to get involved in, and this is how we can create the network of our alumni. They support each other. And one thing, we think that's one of the things that we can, that help the student follow our program for 3 months and stay with us in the future because of the connection between the alumni. They both from a difficult background and they share the same experience. So they meet each other. They see that they're not alone and that many people like them also have difficulty, and this is how they feel more positive about life.
Laurence?
It's back to the question of what this grant is going, what difference this grant is going to make. So currently you're serving how many women and how's that funded, and this is just going to fund the 50 more?
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing? Is there anything that you're going to do that's different from how you're serving women, the women currently?
So for this 25,000 grant, we expect to have 50 disadvantaged young women. So we have the students, they can learn web and graphic design and nail art and hairdressing. But for hairdressing and nail art, we also have the component for entrepreneurship. We teach the student how to manage about finance management. And to some students, when they graduate, they decide to be their own employer. For example, nail art students, they can go on to mobile nail painting, or hairdressing students, they can go to, they will go back to their province, their hometown, and open a small hair salon of themselves. Maybe they just provide hair washing or cutting, basic hair washing and hair beauty service, but they will have a...
Okay, we have time for one last question, and I can always offer one if...
How many locations are you currently offering the service?
So we have 5 locations over Vietnam, in Hanoi, Hải Dương, Đà Nẵng, Huế, and Hội An. So the reason why we choose this province to be our location project, because in this province they have a lot of job opportunities. So our focus is we not only provide vocational training, but we also do job placement. So we need to choose a location where there are high demand of job and high demand for human resource.
Okay, can I ask one very short question?
Yeah.
It's a short answer. I have only 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
What is your value proposition to the people that hire these people? How do you overcome the biases? Because sometimes some people say we don't want to hire handicapped and so on. Do you run into that problem? How do you convince people? Is it because you are able to say our people are as good at doing the job, or you have to rely on, have a heart and so on? How do you communicate your message to the employers?
The way we communicate with our employer is just by our interaction with them. We invite them to be our guest lecturer. We invite them to provide internship. By making the employer feeling involved in our program, they build the rapport with our own students. And so it's true to be said that in some cases we also have to use our own relationship with the employer, saying that please take this student because he's from difficult background. But instead, the students have very strong mind, and they're committed to the work, and they will stay in the work, and they try their best to keep this work.
Well done. She did very well, didn't she?
Thank you very much, Jasjit. All right. So I'm very glad that some of you have started to use Pigeonhole. We have a question that's come in Not quite what I expected, but it's who am I? Apparently I didn't introduce myself. I did. I forgot. No, I was so excited. I had so many people to introduce, and that part wasn't in my script, and I was like, ooh, we better get started. So my name is Ting. I am one of the co-founders of a non-profit organization here in Singapore. So for me, I'm involved because I really like what Project Inspire is about. It's quite personal for me. I feel very much like one of these guys sitting over here, you know, trying to do something that most people think is kind of crazy, but we'll give you a shot. So that's who I am and why I'm here. Now, which brings me back to Pigeonhole, and I'm going to revisit this again repeatedly. So again, to use Pigeonhole and to ask questions, go to your phones, laptops, devices, all those things. Go to phlive.at, key in the event passcode, which is Inspire14. You can just write that down now. If you don't have a question, that's cool. You might later. Inspire14. And then that's where you can actually enter your questions. Also, just on social media, because that's sort of the powerful thing that's really been the driving force of the success of Project Inspire. You can join the conversation online using Twitter at proj_inspire. Throughout the live pitch to send in your questions, share your thoughts and comments on the projects using the hashtag #ProjInspire. You can also send your images of the day on Instagram at ProjInspire. ProjInspire is coming up a lot, so just keep in mind ProjInspire. Okay, so you've got Instagram at ProjInspire. Your hashtag is thank you, Pam, ProjInspire. All right, so on that note, I'm going to go ahead now and introduce our next finalist. She's like waiting nervously, and I'm going on about social media, and you're like, whatever, can we? Okay. So, our next finalist is from the Philippines. The aim of the project, which is called the Cynic Store Project, is to help financially disadvantaged girl students gain marketable design skills and experience firsthand how to use those skills to launch a social enterprise project. The team leader who's here representing her team is Sheena Rose Jamora, and the organization is called CNUC Microfunds, Inc. So, over to you, Sheena. Okay. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Sheena, and I'm from the Philippines. Today, I'm here to tell you about the CNUC Store Project. This is a program that will empower girl students through social entrepreneurship, digital design training. But first, let me tell you about CNUC. A year ago, I was working in Japan as a teacher and a volunteer suicide hotline counselor. One night, I read the news from my home country. A 16-year-old girl took her own life after she had to drop out of school because she could not pay for her tuition. In the Philippines, those coming from the bottom of the pyramid look at education as their only lifeline to a better future. This girl lost that lifeline, and there was no system in place to help her. That same year, I quit my job. I flew back to the Philippines, and I started CNUC with 6 other friends who believe in the vision of making education accessible to all. At CNUC, we have this culture of collaboration with our students. And during one of our sessions with them, they let us know that, yes, we have been helping them with their tuition, but to stay in school, they also need to spend on other things, such as school projects, everyday transportation, even food. A lot of them would attend their classes with an empty stomach. And this is how the CNUC Store concept was born. We want to train these students so that they can have skills that will let them earn an income now, but will also give them that professional edge after they graduate and start looking for jobs. So why focus on the girls? In the Philippines, 30% less women get employed compared to men. And like most industries in the technology fields, it is still very much male-dominated. And so it's harder for these girls to look for jobs, more so part-time jobs. So they lack the income to stay in school when their families or their parents can no longer support them. So what is the solution that we're proposing? We will create a training and mentorship program that will train the girls in business, develop their computer design skills, and empower them with sustainable income. With the business skills, the girls will attend workshops on social entrepreneurship and also on financial management. The workshops will be facilitated by local women entrepreneurs who are part of our alumni network. Now, for the computer design skills, we have a partner local NGO called Hubby Education Lab, and they will conduct the training on digital skills and also on design thinking. Now, after the intensive 2-month workshop, the girls will have 4 months to put their training into practice. Working with their women mentors, they will experience firsthand how to manufacture their design products, how to market them, and finally, how to launch a sustainable social enterprise through the Scenic Store. With a $25,000 grant from Project Inspire, we will be able to develop an effective training curriculum, to pilot test it, to hire workshop facilitators and mentors, to rent or buy equipment such as computer and printers, and also to manufacture the girl design products. 78% of the program costs would go to the direct program costs. And then the 22% will go to program management and also evaluation. Now, for the sales of the products, the girls will be our partners, so 50% will go to the girls and 50% will go to the Scenic Student Loan Fund to help other students in need. At the end of this project, 50 girls who were once at risk of dropping out, of giving up their hope for a better life, will instead become empowered social entrepreneurs and digital designers. Sinag means ray of light in the Filipino language. We hope they could help us create a brighter future for these girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheena. Questions from the judges? Brendan?
Yeah, nice pitch. Well done.
Thank you.
You talked about mentors.
Yes.
How are they selected?
Sorry?
How are the mentors selected?
Right now, we are in touch with alumni groups of the university which we are working in, and they will be selected from a pool of supporters, and they will be women entrepreneurs who are already running their businesses in the Philippines.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Patricia.
Would you talk a little bit more about the design store, how that will work, how the income, what are you selling?
Yes. So the girls, during the design workshops, they will be able to produce digital designs. And then we don't want to limit them on the products that they will produce, because a lot of the workshop will be coming up, like brainstorming their own ideas. But once they have the visual design, then they can select products. We are thinking in the range of canvas bags, journals, notebooks. And depending on how the budgeting works, first we will launch an online store. And we are thinking that we could also come up with a pop-up store. So the girls couldn't run the store like every day if it's it's a brick and mortar store. But if it's a pop-up store where there are special events in the schools that they're in and they could have a store there, then it would be a good opportunity for them to earn. Yeah.
Right.
So, great presentation. Just to follow up on that answer, in your team, what kind of retail or e-commerce experience do you have launching something like this to get a user base, a customer base?
Yes, so end of last year, we started a trial run of the Scenic Store, and we sold Christmas cards with visual design. Sorry, I don't have some with me right now. And we're hoping
send us over Christmas.
Yes, because it's not Christmas, so I didn't want to bring it. But yeah, we started with Christmas cards, and if the girls would want to do something like that, then that's also something that they could sell in the store. Yeah.
So I have a question. Great presentation, by the way.
Okay.
Why are you choosing? So I see the problem. You know, there are some of them, they drop out, they don't have support and all of that. Why would you not focus on getting them employed in the private sector, just focusing just on the training part, rather than taking them towards, let's open a store? Why is this better for them than just getting the skills to be employed by, I don't know, IBM, or there's so many software companies, so many BPOs that are coming up in Philippines? Why are you choosing to do this?
Sure. this will be the first run of the program next year, and we are thinking that they could work with something small scale at first, such as a store, while they're building their skills. But we are actually that's in our long-term plans to build up partnerships with companies, because we already have some local companies asking if some students would want to intern. So this could be a start to that kind of relationship with corporations.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
One small step at a time.
Karen?
Question. Your organization's SINAG microfunds.
Yes.
So maybe on that question, you know, what sort of other initiatives you're involved with and corporations and networks that you're able to leverage on and some of your experience in that area?
Okay. Our very first initiative, so we were only 9 months old, and our very first initiative is the student loan program. So in our very first semester where we ran the loan, we had 5 students, and for the second semester our target was 10 students. We're taking it small step at a time. But we were actually able to enroll 20 kids for the semester. And now we're being more ambitious, and our target for next year is to go up to 100 students. And so far it's working pretty well, but we're trying to engage more the community, the alumni networks, and the student themselves, because what we learned is that if the students have ownership in the organization, they're more motivated to repay and actually help us with the projects, spread a word about us among the other students.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll throw in another one. So I'm the one who asks questions when the rest of the judges are quiet. How many, I mean, do you have a plan? How many years do you think you'll depend on external funding versus one day saying we are running a business, we don't depend on funding?
Our model actually is a nonprofit model, but we're trying to make use of business models such as tuition loans, just to make it more sustainable. The fact that we are a nonprofit, which means we can depend on donor donations and also grants, it means we can take that risk. So we're not focused on their payment rate, although we put great value in it. Right now our repayment rate is 80%. But unlike other micro-enterprises, which focus on repayment and getting the money back from these people, it's very hard with students because their main focus is studying. So I think for now we were maintaining that nonprofit model, but trying to accommodate more sustainable strategies, such as loans and then a social enterprise.
So who do you expect would continue funding you? Would you always depend on competitions like this, or do you think you'll have a steady stream of promised money coming in from some donor? I don't know, Gates Foundation or somebody.
Our strategy right now is to tap on the alumni networks who have been very supportive.
Okay. One last question, Patricia.
So you're very early in, not even a year in. So where do you want to be next year? So in year 2, and then think forward to year 5. What will you look like?
Yes. So next year we're targeting to have 100 students in the same campus where we're working. And then after that we want to expand to the same university but other campuses. And in 2 years' time also be able to help students from other universities. So our vision is that if there can be a SINAG office or a SINAG satellite organization in campuses all over the Philippines, then we can have, and if we're able to involve the community and the students and the alumni networks in each of those universities, then we can have this sustainable system to hopefully in the long term, 5 years or 10 years, significantly affect the dropout rate in the Philippines, which is at a horrible 83%.
All right, time's up. Very well done. Congratulations.
Good job.
Thank you.
Actually, I think most of you can hear me when I speak, but I see some of you straining a little bit when judges are asking questions or when the presenter is speaking. Can you hear clearly from the back? No? Okay, let me get them to... people in that room back there, can you hear me? Hello? In the control tower? Oh, did she? Okay. Do you think you could up the volumes, please? Yeah, I see someone trying to raise the blinds to acknowledge. Yeah. Okay, so we've taken care of that. Yeah, but I think, really good job. And I think it's tough, you've started something and you're 9 months into it and you've got questions that are really difficult to answer. I run a nonprofit, we're 5 years into it and I still don't have answers, right? Let alone 9 months. So far, I think that our finalists are doing a really, really good job of handling the questions and of presenting. And so now we're on to our third presenter for today, our third finalist rather. And the project that she'll be representing is Project Can Do. The location, you're going to have to help me out here, but it's Bomba and Harare, or
yes.
Harare?
Yeah.
Oh, forgive me, in Zimbabwe. And the aim of Project Can Do is to set up a food processing plant in Bomba, Zimbabwe, which sources produce from local female entrepreneurs. The proceeds from the sales of canned produce will fund a refugee and training facility for homeless women in Harare. The team leader who's with us today is Esther Banda, and the organization is Young Zimbabweans Business Platform. So Esther, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Esther Banda, and basically everything that I wanted to say in my first slide has already been said, so I'm not sure where I'm going to start from, but let's just have a chance. So as she mentioned, our project is called Project Can Do. We are based in both Bomba and in Harare. But I'd like to tell you a bit of a story first, and this story, like any good story, has two sides. The first side of our story starts with a homeless girl on the streets of Harare who begs for food, for a place to sleep, who can't get a job because she has no skill and no references to start with. The second part of our story is that of a mother in the rural areas who makes a living selling vegetables, but is forced at the end of every single day to throw away potential income because she has no way of preserving her produce to sell it again the next day. Now, Project Can Do will set up an intervention that will change our story from what we have of depression and poverty, and this is how we're going to do it. We'll start by sourcing fruits and vegetables from the local women. We'll process them through canning and drying there in the Bomba area, ship it to Harare, where it will be sold. The safe house was already mentioned. We'll have 4 separate intakes of about 10 women each coming into our safe house to receive training in entrepreneurship and financial literacy. The same training will also be offered in our Bomba location. There we'll be training up to 20 women at a time, and in total throughout the year we want to train 80 women in Bomba plus the 40 from Harare, which gives us 120 women trained in entrepreneurship and financial literacy. Now, in Harare, we'll also offer vocational training as well as work experience for our formerly homeless beneficiaries. This training will be mainly around agriculture and the marketing of agricultural produce, but we'll throw in elements such as basic computer programming, basic computer skills, things like that. Now, as Young Zimbabweans Business Platform, we are already in the business, I guess, of giving entrepreneurship advice to young people, so we're uniquely positioned to run this project. We have resources within the governmental organizations, within youth organizations in our country, and we'll be able to provide the training that we're going to offer to these women for absolutely no cost to us. We also have a viable business plan for the Bomba Center, which is as well as acting as a training center for the local women. We'll offer mobile financial services to the wider community in the area, and the commissions from that will enable us in future to be able to fund the Bomba expenditure with Bomba, I guess, earnings. Yes. And finally, we believe that our story changes from the story of poverty that I mentioned earlier into a story of empowerment. Our formerly homeless girl can get off the streets, start her own business, or at the very least, get a job with the skills that she was given. And our single mother is now able to increase her income and budget it in a way that will improve her life and the life of her children. Now, the awesome part about this entire thing is how our beneficiaries go from the victims of circumstance where they feel in a position where one has to beg for a living, the other struggles every day and is sad because she can't necessarily make enough for her children. They become heroes, and not just heroes for themselves, but heroes for each other. They know that they've had a role in improving someone else's life, and that is an awesome experience. So, just once again, I'd like to thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be here today and to explain this project to you. And I'd like to thank you in advance, judges, for giving me the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther.
Yes.
Anybody ready for questions? Karen?
Thanks very much for a very good presentation. I like the idea you talked about the digital wallet, which I think is something that's quite interesting given the move to mobile. Could you explain a little bit more about how that would work?
Okay, in Zimbabwe we have quite a few mobile financial services providers. The one we would like to work with offers both savings accounts as well as a transactional facility through their mobile financial services. And so what we'll do is set up our center as an agency for that organization, which means that people will come to us when they want to do their mobile banking deposits. When they want to do withdrawals, they'll come to us, and that's how we earn commissions off of those transactions. Yes.
Lovely presentation, Esther.
Thank you.
My question for you is, you have Bomba and Harare.
Yes.
Can you talk to me how much of the success of your Harare project is on Bomba?
Very dependent on Bomba. But luckily, we've already done our market research. We know that there is a need for the product that we're going to be making in Bomba. Zimbabwe went through a rough time economically, so there's very little manufacturing happening at the moment in Zimbabwe in terms of produce value addition. So there is that gap that we'll be filling. We already have, we're in discussions, I should say, with some supermarkets to get our products in there. And the thing is, both are sort of dependent on each other because the ladies in Harare will also have to push and sell in order for them to, it's sort of like a way for them to work for their upkeep at the house. So they'll know that when I sell these products, I will be making sure that I have a place to stay tonight, that I have a place, to come and get my training. So it's both sides, I guess.
Ed?
Sorry, great presentation. And tied to that question, what you were talking about in the product and the demand for the product, is this a kind of a commodity product? Is this a product that is going to be like a premium product or premium pricing to the end consumer?
We're sort of going to start with a wide approach. We do have, like the dried fruits and vegetables will be sold pretty much at just general market prices. But canning is a little bit different because we'll be using glass bottles, not tin cans. And the cost will be a little bit higher, but we've already organized, so it's not just a plain fruit or vegetable, but actual mixes and things that will enable us to get a premium price for them. Yes.
Brandon?
Esther, I'm an HR guy and I'm looking at a budget, so that's dangerous in itself.
Yes.
But I noticed there are no labour costs in there. But you did mention in your presentation that your links with government and with youth organisations would cover labour costs. So I just wonder if you could just explain that a little bit more.
Okay. In terms of the training labour costs, there are government departments that we're working with that already have free training that they give out. So what we've done is gone to them and asked them to tailor-make a program for us, and we have that program going. So that's for the training cost. In terms of labor, in other parts of the project, we are a volunteer-run organization. So we'll be using a lot of our own people to do most of the legwork and things like that for the project.
Thank you.
Yes.
Patricia? And then I'm coming in, let me warn you.
So I have questions about the processing, right? Because you're taking fruits and vegetables from one area, you have to transport them and process them, so can and dry. Are you doing all of that, or do you have another partner or provider that's taking care of that? And what about quality standards? Are there any licensing requirements with that kind of process?
Okay. At the moment in Zimbabwe, there's no licensing process, but we do have a Quality Standards Association, and we're working with them in terms of the setting up of our plant. The processing will be done in Bomba. We're literally 200 meters from the place where the women sell. So we won't be shipping any raw materials. It'll just be the processed goods that will be shipped.
And that's all of you?
Yes, it's all us. Yes.
One question from Laurence, then I'm coming in, then we are done. Okay, you can handle 2 more, right?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good.
There seems to be a lot of elements in this proposal. So what are the risk factors? What needs to happen for all this to come together, and what could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
Everything. To be honest.
I mean, we must have a hierarchy of things that you worry about more rather than less.
I think our biggest fear will be quantity. Because we're not buying, we're buying the excess from the ladies. So whatever they don't sell during the day is what we're buying. So we've already shown that it's difficult to have a consistent amount that we purchase every day for processing. So we need certain, I think, batch sizes in order to project sell, something like that.
So I had a question that links both to Sesh's question and Laurence's question.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you not thinking of these as a little bit independent businesses? Meaning, right now this business supplies to this business.
Yes.
And you take exactly what they can give.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you not allowing this business to buy from the market if they don't have enough, or these guys to sell or try to do something else when they don't need, right? Because like you said, these people just need a certain amount. It's a problem if these guys have too much. It's a problem if these guys have too little. So don't you need to make them a little more independent than your current model is trying to do?
Our current model, because we're more on the social side, I think, than the entrepreneurship side, it was really more about getting these two groups of people to help each other. There is a level of, I think, independence in that because these women are gaining vocational training in Harare, they have other options for sort of, I guess, income generation there as well. But we really would like to keep them linked. I just like the idea of two people helping each other.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, stop now. Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also like the idea, Esther, of two people helping each other. I mean, it's good sometimes things are independent, but a lot of times I think a lot of projects like these, I think they start from the heart. And a business plan is important, but I think a lot of times it will evolve, So good questions, get them thinking, especially here in the early days. Okay, so I see that our next finalist is here, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce him. From India, representing Akha Social Ventures, we have team leader Sombodi Ghosh, and he'll be talking about providing training to equip women with the skills to educate their peers on menstrual hygiene and earn an income selling affordable sanitary napkins in rural India. So, somebody, you look ready to go? Yeah, cool. Over to you.
Hello. Yeah. This is good.
Do you have the clicker?
Hi everyone. This is Sambodhi. I'm part of Akar Innovations from India, as she mentioned. Right. So basically, if you look at it, roughly 300 million women in India do not have access to effective and hygienic menstrual protection. 1 out of every 5 women who die during childbirth is due to the improper usage of menstrual hygiene. 3 out of every 10 school kids or girls drop out of schools at the time they reach their adolescence. These stats can go on, and I can go on all day. But why does this happen? Because it's expensive. Because they do not know what to use, where to find it, and they do not really understand that what they are currently doing is wrong and it's not healthy for them. This is where we come in. We bridge the last mile connect with access, affordability, and availability of our product. We create the awareness in the last mile as well. So we have our patent pending technology which manufactures high-quality sanitary napkins at a village-level micro-enterprise, and this produces 100% biodegradable sanitary napkins. This is the first of its kind, in India at least, and currently we are operating 10 production centers across different locations in India, employing around 200 women and working with some of the leading social enterprises in India. Now, we really started understanding, it took us around 4.5 years to start realizing that what we were doing, or we were actually on the right track or not. We started getting recognitions from international media journals like The Economist, the Wired UK, etc. We started getting support from some of the leading organizations in India. We are incubated at CII, which is the best incubator in India for social enterprises. But our job is less than half done. We might be sustainable with the way the production systems work, but to reach the true impact of what we do, to reach its true potential, what we really need to build is the last mile distribution access. And that's what we try to do by training village entrepreneurs in becoming the community change agents, by inspiring women to inspire their peer communities on talking about what are the adequate menstrual hygiene practices. How do you sell it? How do they become sustainable doing this as a social venture? We call them affectionately Anandi Ben, and this is essentially how we distinguish ourselves from other social enterprises which are trying to work on the on sanitary napkins. We are not merely a machine provider. We are not a technology provider. We work on creating a last mile sustainable business venture for our women entrepreneurs and try to make them or empower the community so that it's a movement within it, by the people, for the people. So, and this is how, or this is truly where Project Inspire comes into the picture. We need the grant money to essentially set up our last mile distribution access, train our village entrepreneurs, and create a proper pedagogy and knowledge on how this can be replicated and made sustainable in other geographies and locations. We also want to invest a portion of that funding to understand what our impact really is and how we can actually make this a long-term sustainable process in itself. And so with this project, what we are trying to do is essentially create 300 village entrepreneurs within the next 1 year, with an expected outreach of 150,000 women within the next 5 years' time, to become change agents within the community. Now, to deliver this, the team which is there, which is something which normally we do not talk about, is 2 men leading the venture. It's not, I don't really know how to prove our passion, dedication, belief of what we do. We are doing this for 4.5 years. We started off, and today we are there in front of you, probably believe it, more than what we ever did. It's not a gender issue for us. It's an issue about dignity. It's an issue about not giving people the right and the freedom that they deserve. And with your, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Questions?
Thank you. So when a man makes a career dealing with menstrual hygiene, I think he deserves a second round of applause. So let me start with a question that I'm dying to ask. And this is, let me warn you, a very tricky question. So think hard before you reply, because there's a lot of layers to this. If you did not get the $25,000 from us, what's going to happen to this project?
The project was not really designed with Project Inspire in mind. If you see the amount that we are trying to raise, it's a little slightly more than the amount which Project Inspire has. Whether it's Project Inspire or not, we go ahead with it. Where we raise the money, it will come. I have always believed this and believe this very strongly. We have bootstrapped for 4.5 years. We haven't got external funding. We haven't sought it. We did not want to do this because we wanted to understand, are we really doing good thing? Are we really capable of delivering what we are? Are we able to become sustainable in itself? Now that we know That's why we are going ahead and pitching for funding.
Okay.
If we do good work, money will come in.
No, but why won't you get private sector funding? That was really what I meant.
So private sector funding in the sense, you mean investment?
VC, somebody, I mean, it looks like you're running a business. Why are you not, I mean, it might be having a great impact, but why would you not ask me for, angel investing or something?
We have two sides to the business. We are a for-profit company which works on the essential machine and the raw material supply chain systems, which has to be in a for-profit manner because of the legal structures in which India is framed. But when it talks about the outreach, the community, the amount of investment required in the first 1 or 2 or 3 years, that is something which I don't think India is still matured enough to get the investment support for that kind of an ecosystem. Yeah.
Judges?
Why not alone? Why not alone then? Because you
why not a
loan?
A loan. Is loan an option?
So as I was explaining, so for the for-profit side of the business, which is into the machine, the raw material sales and doing the logistics, it's possible to get loans, it's possible to get private funding. But when it comes to the last mile distribution access and creating this pedagogy, the knowledge and these kind of systems, that is something today our ecosystem in India is not supportive enough, or the time frame which is required for it to break even in the long run with this kind of a model is not proper for a loan or let's say equity funding. Yeah.
Patricia?
I'm sorry, I'm not going to move off of this point, because really this is building out your distribution system. So you take it so far, this is going to take it further. Yeah. This is going to build out your agent network. This is going to be returning funds then into the company. Right. So it just, I'm just having a hard time understanding why we would fund this. And I understand the education component and the empowerment for women, but this is going to help your business on the profit side.
So basically, if you look at the product, as I started off saying, it's a new product category in itself. For a rural woman who doesn't understand what a sanitary napkin is, who doesn't really understand what menstruation is, like, it's typically believed in the areas that we typically work in, menstruation is considered to be untouchable. Menstruation is considered to be a problem where you do not go out of your house, you cannot eat the normal diet, you cannot interact with any woman in the family or the males, obviously it's completely ruled out. Now, it requires a behavioral change. And that behavioral change does not happen in a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year period. It takes time. What we are doing right now is trying to create that training the trainers process which will enable it to be in the long term sustainable. Yes, it is in some way linked, but when we do all our awareness campaigns, it's not done in a manner where we promote our product. It's done in a manner where we truly empower our consumers in understanding what is menstrual hygiene. It's an education and empowerment program. It's not a program purely on this is the product you should buy. It's not a social marketing campaign. We want to create empowered consumers. We want them to know or educate themselves as to what exactly are the practices they should follow. Yeah.
Any others? Sesh?
Yes.
Lovely presentation. One question. Today you probably have some challenges selling it. So talk about what are the challenges you have selling it and how this works.
You mean the pads, right? So today, as I was saying, the major component or the major investment for us, so for us, the production side is okay. She's saying that most of our operations are going to become sustainable in the 10 or 1 year or 18 months time frame. We can see that clearly with most of our production centers. When it comes to the customer sales, now, typically, it's not that a woman who knows a sanitary pad does not aspire for it. They do aspire for it, but they either feel that it's too exorbitantly priced, or what happens is like they do not really, or the decision making for this particular product is not with them. And that's a thing that it's not just we work with women to change that, we have to work with the men members in the family also. Our biggest challenges are the grandmothers. Okay, so typically it's more difficult. We have had positive stories as well. We have had instances where we have seen a grandmother coming and sitting in that, where clearly the awareness session was designed for women up to 35 years of age, and we asked her as to why are you sitting here? The grandmother said, so that I can go back to my daughter-in-law and tell her what I have learned in this session. Those stories also come in, but a lot of times we actually fight these kind of stigmas and taboos.
One last question.
Yes.
Brendan?
I was just looking at your short-term impact. So you talk about a 30% increase in adoption of Anandi pads. What sort of impact would that have on the profitability of your business?
So with regards to the profitability of the business, right now we are very, very low in the last mile sales. Most of our product sales is happening, we are taking it out and selling it outside because the market is still, we have still not been able to invest that much capital into doing this activity. Now once we start doing that, what we see is like more revenue going in and the distribution costs becoming lower. What happens is like the self-help groups actually earn higher margins in revenue and their revenues go up.
Thank you.
Okay, all good. Thank you very much. Well done.
Some tough questions there. But I think it's interesting too when you look at a social enterprise and then you look at the for-profit side of it and then you also look at the social good side of that, trying to balance that. So I think some questions coming out around that as well, which is interesting. Well handled, somebody. Good job. Yeah. All right. So we have now our fifth finalist who's just getting mic'd up. We'll be taking a short break after this. So hang in there. Really exciting stuff. One more to go here before the break. And we're going to be looking at skills at school for girls. The location of this project is in Bihar in India. And the aim is to reduce the student dropout rate at rural high schools in India by providing skills training to 8,000 teenage girls via an entrepreneur educational program. The organization is called Going to School, and the team leader who's here representing her team is, make sure I get this right.
Shruti.
Shruti?
Yeah.
Kandali.
Yeah.
So please, over to you, Shruti.
Thank you. The presentation.
You can just click through.
Okay, great. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shruti Kantha, and I'm from Going to School. Today, I'm going to tell you a story about a 13-year-old girl who lives in Bhojpur, a rural village in Bihar, India. Her name is Anshu. She is a little girl who takes the risk of going to school every day. Where she lives, there is waste disposal filled around her houses, so it makes it very hard for her to reach school. Although she does go to school every day riding her pink bicycle, which was given to her by the government of Bihar. It's a risk she takes because this time next year she might not be there. As clearly Anshu could say, she said, when you are born and you survive as a girl, you had already taken the risk. It's a risk because she doesn't want to think about her future. She wants to go back to school every day and read stories with her friends. She's taking this risk because she knows anyone at any point of time could stop her. Anshu is not alone. There are 867,000 girls in Bihar just like Anshu who's taking the risk of going to school every day. According to the International Labour Organization, there are 73.8 million youth unemployed globally. These challenges are very evident in India, considering we are the largest youth population with 65% of the people under the age of 35. These young people who are at the risk of being unemployed are currently children in school. And due to the unfortunate lack of relevance in India's education system, education is never linked to employment. These young people are not learning any employability skills at school. Going to School believes in the power of stories. We are teaching children 21st century entrepreneurial and employability skills such as social connections, negotiation, making a plan, making a budget, understanding the market, demand and supply, advertising, and many more skills. We realized that although improving education was our key to vision of change, we had to link it to the outside world, where we are enabling young people with skills to create opportunities for themselves as well as for their communities. We did an extensive skills mapping across the states in India to create a skills content. We started in 2012 by signing an MOU with the government of Bihar, which mandates 2 hours every Saturday, children will read a skills story, play a skills game, and complete a skills action-based project over the weekend. These projects are about going out in the community, meeting entrepreneurs, asking them the skills they need to start an enterprise, about finding an alternative local resource to find a solution to a problem, making a business plan, etc. Young girls in Bihar seem to already been touched upon by the power of stories. 42% girls told us they would like to solve the problem of waste in their community by starting a business, while 35% said it's the problem of lack of electricity they would want to cater to. These children are currently children in school who are learning skills through stories. According to them, the top skills to start a business are communication, information, and experience. We aim to scale up to all the secondary schools in Bihar by 2018. With Project Inspire, we aim to work with 5,000 girls in 100 schools who will be directly empowered with stories, with skills for life. This will give them an opportunity to create jobs for themselves and for others once they finish school, and right now, to be at school, to learn skills and be empowered. With a little closing bit, I would like to share a story how going to school has impacted children with skills. Thank you. Girls in Bihar read these stories and go out in the community to do a skills action-based project. There's one story where they had to identify problems and go to the root cause of it, where these young girls went to the community and found the road linking their school to their houses and vice versa was broken. They used the social connection of the teacher to talk to the village head and convinced him, using all negotiation skills, to make the road get repaired. And right now, when I went back there last, the road was finally made and they can easily reach school on time. So it personally feels the impact of stories have reached the young girls in Bihar. We would like to take this one chance to reach out to millions of girls before they drop out from school without any skills, before they hit the wave of unemployment. I would like going to school to be a right everyone is entitled to have, but not a risk any girl like Anshu should take. Thank you.
Thank you, Shruti, for a great presentation. Questions from the judges? Patricia?
So great job.
Thank
And
you.
I have questions about how do you get this into the schools? So do you have, because you had talked about, it's 5,000 girls, 100 schools. How do you get the connection with the schools?
We have a MOU signed with the government of Bihar, and we have been working with them for 3 years. They are planning to start a life skills program in the government schools, and we aim to partner with them, where instead of a life skills program, they'll be using our content. So we currently work in 12 districts in Bihar, and they want us to spread over all the districts, and we are doing that slowly at a time. Till last year we worked with 9 districts. This year we expanded to 12 districts, and hopefully with more help from people we'll be expanding to newer districts, and they are really remote and educationally backward districts which we haven't touched yet. So with the help of the government, we aim to spread across all the districts.
Ed?
Great presentation.
Thank you so
Very
much.
inspiring. The plans to expand after year one, after you use the $25,000, what's the future funding model, and how does that tie to some of the other committed funders that you have, like Western Union Foundation, Human Dignity Foundation? Could you talk a bit about that?
With this particular grant, we aim to work with 100 additional schools, which will be directly impacting 5,000 girls. Which also doesn't mean that in the bigger program, like we teach skills to both boys and girls. Because these schools are secondary schools in Bihar, where there are not many girls' schools as such. So there is Gopalganj, where there is 70 schools, where there is Muzaffarpur, where there is 120. So because of the lack of very particular girls' schools, we work with both boys and girls. But with this project, we aim to work with a particular district, where we will be directly impacting 5,000 girls. First, we'll be taking all the girls' schools. And because our bigger program has already been funded by our partners and are supported by that, they are always ready to take in more districts when we expand.
So Shruti, I have a question to follow up on Ed's question. To make it, if you didn't get this $25,000 difference. What difference does it make to your organization? It's a big organization. You're doing things. You'll continue doing big things. We feel, you know, very bad. We are puny. All we have is $25,000, and we want to use this money for something where it really makes a difference. So can you convince us that this $25,000 makes a difference?
I would try to. Thank you. So till now, whatever skills we are teaching to children, we really believe in robust evaluation. But till now, unfortunately, it has been baseline, endlines, and very perception-based. This year, we started using a methodology randomized control trial in one of the districts in West Champaran, where we are following up with these children and trying to assess the skills impact. As we plan and aim to work with this one district impacting 5,000 girls, we plan to use a methodology where we follow up with these girls and look at the impact the skills are making on the children. Our first report is due on September 2014. So once we look at the report and we know how much impact our skill stories are making, maybe we can advance that, and that's that one thing we are adding on to this district. We will be following up with the children and will be assessing the impact of the skills.
So most of the money would go into a formal impact evaluation. And
Yes.
Do I understand it right?
Yes, we'll be teaching, we'll be giving them the content. They'll be using the same model, like read a story, play a skills game, and do a project. But the evaluation bit, where till now we are usually doing baseline, end lines, and we are, you know, it's perception based, we'll be adding that one factor to this one particular district.
Fair enough, and that is important. Thank you. Laurence?
Can you give us some color then, how you are measuring impact, and how do you ensure that the girls will eventually use these skills, and what gives you confidence that they will?
So when we did our baseline and end line, we did put in questions like, what do you want to do when you grow up? Almost, there was, sadly, but only 10% of the girls said they would want to become businesswomen. But we are trying to put in this concept where entrepreneur is not only a business person, and being a social worker doesn't mean you work only for good and you make no livelihood out of it. We're trying to instill this concept of social entrepreneurship into the children, in the children through the power of stories. And most importantly, I think we have a sister organization called B Fund, where we fund these young entrepreneurs with a great idea. So we believe even if 10% of the girls want to become entrepreneurs, we will be there to support them. And these 10 girls can create 3 jobs each for other women. So.
Thank you. Sesh?
Storytelling is always great, Shruti.
Thank you so much.
One question, how important is the government mandate for your program? Should that go away, what would happen?
I think it is very important because for the sustainability of the program, to reach to a larger number of children, government, the alliance with the government is very important. It always gives you an upper hand. It gives you the ease to work with teachers, because as our model works, we train the teachers for 3 days, twice a year, and these are the teachers who use the content every Saturday in the schools. If I cannot reach there, we make sure the teachers are there to read the story with them. So I think once you are in alliance with the government, you are assured about that part of the model. Thank you.
One last question, anyone? All good? Thank you very much,
Thank
Shruti.
you so much.
Thank you very much, Shruti.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so there you have it. Our first 5 finalists. We've got 5 more after the break. I know I keep telling you guys to enter your questions, and then you're like, okay, and then where do they go? Because I never told you where they go in that void of hashtags and whatever world that stuff exists in. Your questions are being collected, and at the end of the 10 finalist presentations, we're going to have all the 10 finalists up on stage, and the questions that you guys have put forward in the Pigeonhole live thingy will all come up. If you take a look at that site now, you'll see you can actually vote. So you can actually see like some questions you're like, that's dumb, then don't vote. If you like them, then you click yes. And then the ones that have the most votes get bumped up to the top. So, you know, just to give you an idea of where your questions are going, I haven't forgotten about them. All right. Okay, so on that note, it's time for a break. Because you guys were late, not all of you, but like 50%. So we're running behind, which means that the break time is going to be pushed back a little bit as well. So it's 5 minutes to 12. If we can have everybody back here at 12:10. Okay, so I know it's a short break, but let's get back here by 12:10 so we can try and get things back on track. All right, thank you very much. We'll see you back here at 12:10.
Test 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test. It's okay? Yeah, because we're missing one mic. Yeah, the other mic will be conflict. Don't worry, I can hide. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test. Test mic 1, 2. Test. Test. This is the highest already. Yeah. Because yeah. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test 1, 2. It's okay, right?
Samantha's travel?
Pretty much. I mean, this is a very rare week. Yeah. So yeah, actually, I went to Kale. It was just Kale. This was easy. This is really good.
So what was your sense? For you, I guess, Julian, seems so intuitively you can tell.
Okay, everybody, welcome back from the break.
Okay.
If I could just have your attention, please. We are going to start the second round now and go through the last 5 finalists for this morning's grand finals. Before we start, just one thing. Back to Pigeonhole again. I realize that people are putting questions through and they are voting, which is great. But if you have a question for a specific team or specific person, make sure you indicate that as well. Because if not, the questions right now, we'll take them as meant for the entire panel. We won't know if you want them addressed to a specific individual. Okay? All right. On that note, you ready? Cool. Let me just introduce our first finalist here after the break, representing Co-op 46 from Nigeria. The aim of this project is to teach women in Nigeria business expansion methods via weekly lectures which are delivered to their phones via SMS and establish a co-op of existing businesses. The organization is called Corehead Business Solutions Limited, and the team leader who's here with us today is Aniti Ituk. Aniti, over to you.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go the other direction.
Get your son quickly.
Thank you. My name is Aniti Etuk. I'm the team leader of Group 46. I want to share with us 2 things briefly. The first thing is that one-off training is not the best way to empower women in the local communities. As at 2010, I was a lecturer with Quantum Business School, and within this period, we got serious funding from USAID, from Shell, to go around different communities and train women. Over the period, evaluating all this training, I discovered that 2 out of the 10 women we trained were able to sustain this business after the training. The second thing we discovered that funding is not well distributed in these local areas, especially in places like Nigeria and places like River State. We have donor agencies, we have international companies come send funds to these ladies, but the fund does not go round to everybody. It was later discovered by the Ministry of Women Affairs that 87% of the women don't get access to this funding. So it's because of that that we called most of these women, and we discovered that the women that don't get access to this funding, they are not educated, they are very poor. The men in these local areas married about 2-3 wives, and each of these wives have about 6 children. One example of these women is my mother-in-law. So you have this woman doing a business that she has about $60 at the end of a month as her profit. She has to take care of her children, she has to take care of business, she has to take care of family. When the profits are not coming in, sometimes she will send these girl children to go and hawk on the streets, and sometimes she will send them to go to leave school and get business going. So what we did with these ladies, we called them together in 2013 to set up 46 with one simple aim. This is what microfinance banks and cooperative societies in Port Harcourt they do. The women use their money to support, put their money in the bank. And we told them, instead of doing that model, why not use your money and use it to support one person? So from the $60 they have every month, we encourage them, save out $20, use it to give one person to use it to build a business. The second thing we did with these women was to develop a cost-effective way of training these ladies. Getting into these interior communities is difficult. That's why most business schools don't go there. And these women are not educated. You can't train them in a normal business school. So we developed a training model using, instead of spending, in a normal business school, you spend about $156. But with our new model, we use $2. What we train them on 3 basic things: on marketing, on finance, and investment. And this is how it goes. A simple message can get to their phone. For today is customer service week. Anybody that comes to your shop greets the person with a smile. So with simple messages like this sent to them daily, they got to improve their business, and we meet with them once in a week to summarize all that we have practiced with them. From this, we discovered that we were able to build their business. So a lady that had one business, take for example, a lady that is into fish farming. These ladies are mostly into fish farming and petty trading. That's into fish farming like this. Normally, when they go to get this fish, they dry it somewhere, they pay somebody to dry. But because of this investment, somebody can use their money to buy a dry machine. So she's into fish farming. She has extended her business to add fish, a drying machine. Others can come there to dry. So she has two sources of income. Now, we have done this with these ladies, and the number is increasing. What we're from Project Inspire, we want to get to more communities. These are communities that companies, organizations don't easily go to because it's really interior. But I'm from there, we're from there. So with this project, we intend to visit the 23 local governments in the state. We intend to train 920 women within a period of 10 months. How we'll do this is stage one. We'll form partnership with the community head, especially the local government chairman and the chiefs, to set it up. Then the next stage two is the training stage. In this stage, we'll have a 1-week training with 100 women in each of the 23 local communities. From these 100, we'll select 40 and form them into cooperatives of 2 sets. And the third part is the monitoring and evaluation, where we bring these women together and then see what we have done to check for correction and improve on the project. From the funding that we'll get, 67% will be used for logistics and to get the team go round. Training will, for the training equipment and the SMS, we use 18 and 15% for monitoring and evaluation. Let me end with my mother-in-law. This is my mother-in-law. This is her business. She was selling food by the roadside. And within 3 months, we were able to help her set up another business by that same roadside. And we set up a third business. So from 1 business, she expanded to 3 businesses. These are other women in the committee. If you check, each of them is doing more than 1, 2 business. Just simple way of improving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Questions from the judges? Patricia?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm curious about how you select the women, because you said that you'll go with 100 and then it goes down to a smaller cohort. What's the criteria for a woman to come in?
Okay, in each of the, that's why in stage 1, that's where stage 1, that's where we do it. We first of all visit the local, the chief of that particular community. So the chief, women, they have women groups. So the chief will, from the groups, the women groups, they will nominate persons to attend. But one thing, we were very careful to select those that are already into one sort of business, because we discovered it's a bit difficult to deal with people that have not started already. So we deal with people that are already into business because you can easily, extend what they are doing. But for those that have not started, it will take us longer time. So the women select people to be involved in the project, but you must be a petty trader or a fish farmer.
So, sorry, go ahead.
You're part of a much bigger organization, right, Corehead?
Yes.
So what was the motivation for you doing this? Just give us some color on why you're doing this, and you do have quite ambitious plans for it.
Okay. Why we're doing this, 3 things. One is because, for the example I gave, my mother-in-law, I saw what she went through. Even my own mother went through. And this is not supposed to be part of this discussion, but in 2012, I wrote an essay, African Development Bank, and I stated that most of the things we have, like militancy in the Niger Delta, can be tied to mothers. Because most young men like myself, when we see what our mothers went through to bring us up, some that cannot withstand it get into militancy. So that is one experience, my own mother and even my mother-in-law. Number 2 is, during the training that we went around, we discovered that funding comes from, the state government, comes from international agencies, even like this. But this funding gets to a selected number of women. So you have another set that is always not included in operations like this. So you see funding go, statistics show that yes, these fundings have been sent to these women, but when you go down, you discover that these women actually don't benefit. With this project, that's where we come in.
So, Anita, I have 2 related questions. One is, I teach at INSEAD, which is a business school, and I'm very worried for INSEAD looking at your presentation, because you are just saying you can train people in business through mobile messages. Our MBA program is 60,000 euros, and he has a model in which you can do. Big gap there, I'll be soon out of a job. So I'm just wondering, it helped me feel better that, convince me what kind of things this can work for in training and what kind of things it cannot work for. And in particular, related to that, how are you so sure? I mean, you in your statement here, you said, the women that are earning $69 a month will earn more than $200 within 10 months of implementation of the project. Wow. How are you so confident
okay.
that this will happen?
The first question about the training will not be for students like this. It's for women in the local area. First, these women are not educated, so we can't come to them with technical information. But based on my experience as a lecturer formerly, we break this discussion into simple bits. I can give you 2-3 examples. Now, we want to teach women that are not educated profit and loss. So we tell them, we have what is called camp bags. But in Nigeria, we have is a bit bigger. So we tell it has a right pocket and a left pocket. Now, for profit and loss, we tell them, whatever you sell, in a simple text message, whatever you sell, keep it on the right pocket. Don't remove it. Don't spend any money from there. Now, every day, take out about, say, 50 cents or so, put in this other pocket. Anything you want to buy, spend from here. Immediately your exhaust starts, don't spend again. It's a simple 160 characters. So that's profit and loss. Bookkeeping, we just make them to understand. At the end of every day, record how much you sold. So at the end of every day, lady can say, okay, for today, I just write how much you sold. That's bookkeeping. So we don't take it technical. For customer service, we can send them a simple message. This week is customer service. This week is smiling week. Any customer that comes into your place, welcome the person and welcome the person with a smile. So simple messages. With this, we're able to, now you're selling, for example, you're selling dried fish. You're selling fish, for example. People around your area, other women, what do they do after the fish? They dry the fish. So start looking at, can you get a dryer so that they'll come to your place to dry, you will get a second stream of income. Now, for the second question, how do we increase this profit? Okay.
Keep going. Just ignore them.
Okay. So how do we increase the profits from just 60 to 200? For example, the case of my mother-in-law, she was just selling food. From that food, she can make 60. From the 2020 investments that they make and contribute to her, she was able to start an Akamu. Akamu is a spa. So she started that business. That gives her also profits. People that come to eat, initially when they finish eating, they go to somewhere and they get a drink. But from that investment, she got a cooler. The last slide, so she has 3 businesses in one place. So that's, instead of having 60, she has 60 and 60 and 60. So this is how they kept increasing their businesses.
Okay, and you think your education helped give all these ideas?
Yes, the education seriously helped, because even in the community, they observe that their behavior changed. Normally, you get to somebody's shop and the person can easily pick quarrel. But simply understanding, while every other person is behaving, this other way, but they discovered these ladies were smiling, they were happy with what they were doing, and the interesting part is other women started joining them. So even without us, they started recruiting other women to join their network of women.
Okay, sorry, I should let other judges speak, otherwise I will not be the head judge next year. Brandon, please.
Great presentation, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Just looking at the long-term impact. So you're estimating you're going to have something like 7,000 members in 3 years' time, or by the 3rd year.
Yes, sir.
That means taking it from cooperative of 20 now to 140. How are you going to get from 20 to 140 in 3 years?
Okay. From our past, from our experience with these women, when, like the first case, after setting up this cooperative with these ladies, we don't get involved in them we don't get involved with them directly again. They pick up a chairman, somebody to lead them, a secretary and a treasurer, and they get going. Now, one of the ways we train them is to train other women. So, and apart from training other women, they learn to recruit other women to join what they're doing. So our part with Project Inspire is just like to set up the reaction, to set these women up, to train them. And we have discovered that after training them on their own, they keep telling other women of the successes, and even other women see that their businesses are improving, and they join them. So as more women join, at a particular point, we advise them, don't be more than 20, don't be more than 15. Immediately gets to 20, whoever is leading, look for a way to split. And that is where the chief of the community comes in, because he's like the overseer. These women, normally you're supposed to register a cooperative.
Very long sentences. I'm trying to wait when he will stop so that I can say time's up. But
okay.
You can finish the sentence.
Okay. So normally in places like River State, you register a cooperative, but these women, you can't do that because of their size. So we coordinate them to register under the chief of the community. So immediately the number gets to more than 20, they're supposed to split on their own. So even without us, they keep multiplying their effect.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you very much. I realized just now after the break that I didn't actually thank the audience for coming back on time. So thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves. Good job. Yeah, especially those of you who have been here since morning and were on time this morning as well. I see the audience is growing in numbers as well, and that's really, really good to see. I mean, over the last 4 years, just from standing here and looking out, it's really cool to see that the number of people coming down to support, to learn more about Project Inspire, to support these guys over here has continued to grow. So that's cool. So thank you. I see that our next finalist is here, almost ready to go. What she'll be talking about is social impact at Trade Monkey. I like things that have the word monkey in it. Like it just sounds like, ooh, you know, I don't know. Anyway, so it's social impact at Trade Monkey. The location is in Thailand, and the aim is to create stable jobs for female artisans in rural northern Thailand by helping them scale their local businesses and connect with a global marketplace. The team leader, Elena Hitchcock-Weber, is here with us today, and the organization, the name is Trade Monkey. So Elena, over to you.
Thank you. I am so thrilled to be here with you today, representing my social venture, Trade Monkey, as well as our nonprofit partners, Warm Heart, and all of the women of Prao, Thailand. I'm here today because I had the opportunity, by chance, to be born in a place where my opportunities were nearly endless. And to me, that's always seemed unfair. And I want to spread those opportunities to people around the world. And I believe so strongly in this idea that 2 years ago, my husband and I quit our stable government jobs, cashed in our retirement, got married, and moved to Thailand with just a backpack, all in the space of 1 month. And it's been quite a journey ever since. But we believe so strongly that we have an idea that can spread change to people, that we've put our all into it. And I'm here today to talk to you about our project proposal to start small, to go global, with social impact at Trade Monkey. And this is for women like this, Kunam Pon, who lives in rural northern Thailand, a place called Prao. She works 7 months out of the year in heavy agricultural labor for minimal pay. The other 5 months of the year, she struggles to find inconsistent and even lower paying handicraft jobs. Though she's a skilled artisan already, she has the responsibility for supporting not only herself, but her entire extended family, as men are conspicuously absent as providers in this region, and the younger women have so little opportunities that they migrate out to find jobs and are vulnerable to trafficking, entering into prostitution and sweatshops. And this is the reality in northern Thailand and many other places. Our partner Warm Heart has identified this seasonal unemployment and lack of opportunities as one of the key problems facing this region. So our project is to pilot Trade Monkey's social impact program by working with Warm Heart to form a cooperative of 10 women sewers from the Prao region to make a line of upcycled, so using recycled materials, laptop bags like this one, but also up to 5 or 6 additional designs that Trade Monkey will contribute to the design of. It's our designer, Alexa, there. And they will receive financial literacy training and for the first time have 5 months of stable income. That's 166% of what they would receive in agriculture. 70% of our budget will go directly into capital for machinery for the women and also to the direct labor costs for them and for Warm Heart's aid manager. But this won't just impact 10 women. It will impact at least 215 lives because of all of the people that they support through their incomes, and also all of the other programs that Warm Heart works to support, like children's homes and health initiatives. And then we're going to actually sell these by targeting 8 U.S. college campuses that we have existing relationships with, and marketing to younger audiences. And there's a reason we want to do this. We know that the power of purchasing can create change. But right now, consumers are forced to choose between looking good or doing good. There's not much in between, especially for young people. The products out there that support great causes are often not appealing to younger people. We believe we can bring products that not only look good, but have a guilt-free buying experience, have a great story, and make you feel good. And through this, we can actually transform consumer behavior and harness the power of that market and shopping to create opportunities for artisans around the world. And we're not stopping at Thailand. We already have producers in 3 countries, including bracelets from Uganda, which you may see downstairs, and Cambodia. But with the grant from Project Inspire, we'll be able to test out our model and roll it out, knowing that it's effective, that we're measuring the change that's occurring, and that every community we work with, we're addressing their needs and their goals, not imposing solutions on them. And we're connecting producers around the world with consumers to create change, because we believe that your opportunity in life should not be predetermined by the latitude and longitude of your birthplace. Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations. Questions from the judges, please. Ed?
Great presentation. I had one question related to the last part on the international ambition.
Yes.
I'd wonder, does it not make sense to do a really good job in northern Thailand, get that bigger, better, go beyond 10 women before looking at all these other markets in Middle East, Africa, Latin America?
Great question. Yes, and that's why we've been focusing on northern Thailand for the past 2 years that we've lived in Chiang Mai. And through that, we've developed a model that we do believe can be taken anywhere. We have existing relationships with more than 20 producers in different countries already. And the model that we've found is that we can partner with nonprofits that actually need help to sell their products. A lot of times they're sitting on the inventory, or maybe they're trying to sell it, but it's not moving, and they can't contribute back to their communities. So we actually have a team of 10 already, and no one's being paid at this point. It's all because of their belief in what we're doing. And we basically will work through local nonprofits so that we're not trying to go in cold and establish the relationships and figure out the situation in different communities.
Sesh.
Great presentation, Arana. Part of it, what comes through is your warm hearts, the role of Suapet Somjai and her integral role in this. So could you talk to that, and what is that critical importance?
Yes, so her nickname is Apple, just easier to remember. She is Warm Heart's very new head of micro enterprise program. So she will be the direct liaison with the women, which is particularly helpful since many of the women don't speak English. And she'll handle the day-to-day interactions in terms of weekly cash payments for the products that they've produced, communicating. She'll be there with us when we work with them on the design and when we do the community needs assessment, and she'll really be the community liaison.
Hi, Alana. Yeah, great presentation. I'm just interested in the US college piece. You mentioned that you already have some connections with the 8 campuses. I'd be interested in understanding how those relationships were formed and why just the US. Is it just starting point, but with the view to expand?
Yeah, it is just a starting point. It's because we're from the US, we know the market, we have the connections. Those 8 campuses are actually alumni campuses of Trade Monkey members, and we're active in their alumni networks. So we have INS that we've already talked to them about being either in student cooperatives or in the bookstores, or in the college campus fairs, as well as recruiting college students to help from those campuses to help sell the items themselves.
So let me ask, how did you decide on sewing as the direction? Is that something that came from your NGO partner, or is this something because that's the business in which you wanted to be and you suggested to them if they could get into this business?
Thank you for that question, because I forgot to mention we have a wide range of products. All the jewelry I'm wearing right now are products. We work with a jeweler in northern Thailand. No, when we heard about Project Inspire about 2 weeks before the deadline for the project, we went to Warm Heart as our strongest nonprofit partner and said, do you guys have a project that you've been wanting to do and haven't been able to do? And they were so excited, and they suggested it. They also have, the picture on the top left is their weaving cooperative, and the top right, that makes scarves and such. But they felt that there was more room for opportunity in sewing because it's a skill that many women in the community have already, but they don't have the right equipment and they don't have the structure of a cooperative. So it was something that will be easy to do and can expand based on the skills in the community.
I can keep on going if no other judge wants to. Okay, so the other question, why wouldn't you just focus on the local effort and tie up with a globally solid, some global retail company that's known to be socially responsible, rather than in a way trying to do both? You're trying to fix the production problem and the distribution problem, retail problem, because that's a choice of scope. So how come you decided to do both rather than just focus on let's do this right and find a partner for global sales?
Well, to be honest, our team is pretty wide-ranging in their skills, and we already have an e-commerce website. We have in-person sales representatives in the United States, and we have a newly formed business-to-business website. So we chose to do the design side because we saw that that's where a lot of products were failing, and we chose to do the distribution and sales side because we know that we do have the ability to do that.
How long do you plan to stay in Thailand?
Well, we're going to set up a permanent office in Chiang Mai, which is not a bad place to live at all. And our team members will actually rotate. So we do plan to expand to other regions, and we'll have rotating offices. So eventually I'd like to live in the US again at some point, but I'll always be traveling and I'll always come back to Thailand.
Please, come on, help me out. Otherwise I'll have to keep on asking questions. Yes, please, Laurence.
How about competitors? Because I can imagine that this can be quite a crowded space because there are lots of social enterprises trying to sell products from the developing world to developed markets.
Yeah, there are. There's not any that are doing quite what we're doing, with both the focus on the transparency and the customer experience, because we're really putting the customer first. If they don't want to buy the product, then it doesn't really matter that you're helping the community if you can't sell their product and help them create a sustainable business where they can continue to have income from. And we have looked at a lot of competitors, and we feel that they're not addressing really the customer's needs or appealing to the younger market that has the power to transform shopping behavior. What the previous slide looked like was like a nutritional label. Well, I forgot to mention, you've come to expect that on your food. Why can't you come to expect that on your products as well?
Last question, Patricia.
So I just want to come back to the distribution question. Is this the add-on to an existing customer base when you go to the college campuses, or is that your sole distribution points?
It's an add-on. They're part of our target market already, but we've only been targeting them. We have really just started marketing in the past month. So we've only been targeting them mostly through online so far. So it will be an add-on, and the products will also be available online on our website.
And so how many people, what's the size of that customer base then?
The 8 college campuses are 100,000 students, but through our online, we can spread it even further.
And how many are you actually activating? So of that 100,000, how many active customers do you
anticipate?
Yeah.
Honestly, it's hard to know at this point because we're really just gearing up on the marketing to know our effectiveness. But do anticipate that we will not have a problem selling the 2,000 products that this project will produce. In fact, we may contribute to produce more to sell to that market.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I like that nutrition label thing. That was quite cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. And your husband is the guy in the back. I could see you. You were the very nervous looking one as she was speaking. I was like watching him in the back. He's like, and the questions were coming in, and he's like, she did okay, right? Yeah, I think you did a great job. Okay. I see that our next finalist is in. It's stressful, isn't it? You walk in, and then we just immediately usher you into the big stage. All right. Our next speaker here is representing Global Sisters, which focuses on financial independence for female entrepreneurs. Location is in Australia, and the aim is to assist refugee migrant women in Australia with business loans, mentoring, financial and business support, marketing, and access to an online sales platform. Again, the organization is called Global Sisters, and the team leader who is representing her team here today. Maybe they're watching online, are they?
Yes.
Hey guys, you want to say hi before you start? Hello team. Okay, and you are Hawanatu Bangura.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Great, over to you.
My name is Hawanatu Bangura. I'm from Global Sisters. When I was 13, I became a refugee. Global Sisters assist women who are experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage. Our focus is on refugee, migrants, and indigenous women. We support women like Tiggy, who is also a refugee, and she was forced to flee Sierra Leone due to the war, where her husband was killed, and she had to flee to the neighboring country, Guinea. And later on, she moved to Australia. Australia is a high-income country, but it has a high cost of living. 14% of women live below the OECD poverty line. 1.4 million women are financially excluded. Over 700,000 working-age women receive government income supports. For many, mainstream employment is not an option due to a host of complex barriers. For Tiggy and other women, they face cultural and language barriers, along with childcare responsibilities contributes to their struggle to find work, which leads to welfare dependence and social isolation with devastating impacts. Tiggy and many other refugees and migrants want to find a job. They have high entrepreneurial skills and have traditional artisan skills. With the right support, business capitalizing in this can be accelerated into profitability and sustainability. Tiggy is vulnerable, both socially and economically. Starting a business in Australia is difficult. After years of working in social enterprise startup, our founder, Mandy Richards, observed the same barriers to startup and growth over and over again. Global Sisters assist women globally to climb out of poverty through entrepreneurship and financial inclusion. A one-stop shop for individuals like Tiggy and social enterprises with a user-friendly online platform, including business directory, promoting Tiggy's business, e-marketplace, which provides an online shop setup, and microfinance, which starts with an initial loan of up to $1,000. Tiggy is supported by a business mentor, with financial literacy and business resources. We are internationally unique because we co-create value with start to finish business solutions for micro-entrepreneurs. We are the only microfinance provider in Australia specifically for women, addressing all major barriers to success with starting and sustaining a business. We integrate and leverage innovative technology. Unique technology ensures an effective, efficient, and mobile program. It tailors to their specific needs. We help to overcome the barriers around accessibility and the fear that the women have over losing their welfare payments before a business is sustainable. We provide a tool to NGOs, empowering them to support these women with start-to-finish business support. We also have a model that will be applicable to high-income countries as well, which is a vital missing link to the microfinance model for other microfinance providers. Our goal is to move women from welfare dependence to sustainable self-employment. And we also support simultaneously our sisters in low-income countries such as the 275 Messiah women with sales and marketing avenues to the global markets. If selected to receive the grant, we will be supporting 20 women with microfinance loans and providing them business and marketing and online sales platform. We are working towards starting a ripple effect of change. Thank you.
Thank you, Avanati. We are ready for questions. Karen?
Hi, thanks very much for that. My home country as well, so good to hear that. Just wanted to understand a little bit more about how the education will work for people. I mean, the people potentially selected could be around Australia, is it? And you know, they'll get a micro loan, but how does the education work through the website and the technology? Maybe could you just explain that?
Okay, so the way we're going to provide support to the women is also through the financial literacy and business resources. And this will be available on the website. So we're going to have an easy and understandable business model for these women. So which, if they can also have resources such as a business template that they will need for, you know, starting their business as well.
Brendan?
Yeah, great.
Okay, we're online. Yeah, great presentation. Thanks very much. I guess my question is more about knowing your target market is very much about those individuals who, you know, come from, you know, extreme backgrounds, extreme sort of social isolation. How do you, firstly, how are you going to select the women to go onto the program? And I guess, particularly if they are welfare dependent, how do you encourage them? Because clearly a lot of them will lack a huge amount of confidence in their ability to, you know, go above and beyond what they've done in the past. So what's sort of the measure that you put at play there to help those women, you know, really feel that they do have the ability to go to the next step?
Okay, so the first thing before we provide a microloan to these women is that we already partnering with grassroots organizations who are working with these women to find work. So when we come in, these women have already built relationships with the grassroots organizations. And what we do, therefore, is we also try to create a positive relationship with these women through our partners. And as a result, initially, we are providing them with mentors and also developing their projects, their business concept before ever we provide them with the loan. So we have an in-depth knowledge of what their needs are and where they're at in terms of, you know, their financial literacy and business knowledge before the microloan is provided. I don't know if that.
Thank you.
question. Yeah.
Sorry, to follow up on Brendan's question then. So have they already got a business that they have started, or would the microloan actually get them into the business? What is the status?
Well, at the moment, these women already have a concept of the business that they want to do. And some of the women, we've got their products here already. So their products are already being tested in the market to ensure that, you know, it appeals to the general consumers as a whole.
Very good. Thank you.
And I have a question on the business advisory services. So is that provided then by the local organization that they already have a relationship with?
Well, the business advisory will be provided by the mentors, the business mentors that they will be linked with. So each woman will be linked with a business mentor that is already established and successful in their own area, in the same area as the women. And these women will be guided through, you know, their business endeavors.
If I could keep going just for another 2 short questions. So how many women are already connected to the online marketplace, to this online platform?
The online platform, we've got over 30 women. This includes women in Australia and also women internationally. So when I say 20 women, I mean including the social enterprises as well. Because when I mentioned the Messiah women, they have 275 women who are on the one social enterprise.
And then just one last one, because I saw on the screenshot, it said as if that if I'm on that website, then that I can provide a loan. Like, can I, as a consumer, then, you know, provide a loan then to one of these business women?
Yes, for sure. If you donate some money, this will go towards the microloan for the women in Australia. Yeah.
Excellent presentation. And can you talk a little bit about how you go to market for the women and the goods that they manufacture? So you have this online marketplace, but is it possible that there might be other better ways to access potential customers for the products that they make, or is it only going to be through this online marketplace?
No, it's not just going to be through this online marketplace. From what we've been doing so far, because the online marketplace is still being launched, but so far what we've been doing is that these women have been able to take their products to the markets, so their local markets. We have events where they will sell their products. And we've also got what we call the home-based program for Sister Circle, so where we invite some women and invite the entrepreneurs to come and talk about their business so they can have that personal connection with the consumers, and their product is also being sold there.
I think to ask the question in a slightly different way, how do you intend to build up your customer base for your online marketplace?
Okay, so one of the ways we intend to do that is through social media, one, because Facebook, Twitter are also very helpful. We have, since we've launched it, since we created our Facebook page, we have been getting a lot of likes through promotions, and we're also using the local media as well to write articles about our women, and that way we can reach out to more people.
Quick question, what happens if you don't get the grant?
Well, we will love the grants. You know, this will make a big difference to the pilots projects that we intend to launch. But if we don't get the grant, we will still pursue fundraising and applying for other grants as well.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We only have 2 more finalists left to present today. So we've got, 8 of them here already. How are you guys feeling? Relieved that your turn is over? Yeah? You're like, I'm glad I'm not number 9 or 10 who had to sit in that room by themselves and do nothing the whole morning. Welcome, number 9. So how are you feeling? You ready for this?
Nervous in my life.
Never felt more nervous. Oh, don't be nervous. It wasn't so bad, right, guys?
They're just saying that because it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just start. So let me just do a quick introduction first before I have you come up. So from Achai, did I say that right?
Yeah.
Aichai, collector to fashion designer, that's the name of the project, based in Cambodia and Singapore. The aim of the project is to provide counseling, healthcare, and vocational training for Cambodian sex workers so they can transition out of the sex industry and run their own small businesses. So the organization that you're representing, Sarah, is River Kids,
Yes.
and we will hand the stage over to you.
Thank you. Do I press something to make? My name's Sarah. I'm from River Kids. When I first met Marley, she was 19, and she had the cheekiest smile that you have ever seen. I knew she was a former Achai, which is a trash collector, so she used to get up before dawn every day and climb through mountains of trash collecting scraps. What I only found out later was that her mother had tried to traffic her 8 times into prostitution, to sell her virginity, and to marry a foreigner. Marley was terrified. Thankfully, though, she came to River Kids and she got help. Not all girls are lucky like Marley. In Cambodia, it's rare for a girl from the slums to study beyond grade 4. So when crisis hits their family, they are vulnerable to human trafficking and exploitation. As sex workers, they can encounter violence and rape and disease. At the same time, their family is often dependent on their income, and they themselves are highly traumatized. These can be the hard women to help. Escape may look impossible for them, but it's not, because that's where River Kids comes in. We want to give these women sustainable skills that can lead to long-term livelihoods. We work with 3 types of women: survivors of trafficking, girls who are at very high risk, and girls who have a family member who is at very high risk. There are 5 elements to the program. The first is the livelihood skills. So that's sewing and making handicrafts like these here. We pick these skills because they can lead to real jobs. Next is care and support. So these women are highly traumatized. Without counseling and social work services, they will not be able to succeed in the program. We also run workshops on financial literacy so they can run a business when they finish. But the workshops also cover gender and HIV, and the women are invited to bring other members of their community along. We also feel fun is really important. These survivors have been through trauma, but they need to feel like girls again. It also helps them if they have friends in their class they want to come to study each day. Finally, the root cause is poverty. If we take them to training but don't address the poverty, we will just be making matters worse. So we provide direct cash aid to the families every month. Our women can then choose to either work in their own business, to work for us, or we can help them find a job. We link up to both local and international markets. We try and find reliable markets. That is why our women make school uniforms for NGOs and schools. And before semester starts each year, the fabric room is awash with blue and white, and there are kids lining up to have their measurements taken. We are really proud, on top of everything, that 3,000 kids went to school last year in uniforms made at River Kids. We want to take on a class next year of 15 more women. But to do this, we need your help. The $25,000 will help us train and recruit these women, but it will also help us grow our brand. We want to one day be able to pitch to the Ministry of Education for all Cambodian public school children to be wearing River Kids school uniforms. Once we have achieved that, we will truly have successfully flooded the Cambodian market with our uniforms. I want to end by bringing back to Marley. So she's an assistant teacher now, because that's how much she loves fabric and sewing. She actually made this skirt for me that I'm wearing today. You can see her here in a dress made by some of the women she teaches. One day I came into work and Marley was looking really sad. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me one of her students, a girl who's 13 years old, was being beaten by her sister, who wanted her to work as a sex worker and not so. Because Marley had built up the trust and love with this girl, the girl confided in her.
and our social workers were able to take steps to ensure that she was safe. To me, what this story shows is that you help one woman find a safe path for her own journey, she will stop, she will pause, she will look around her and see who she can bring with her. Marley was one of those difficult cases, but today she is a hero.
Well done. Questions? What's your competition for school uniforms as well as handicrafts? And how do you address the competitive situation?
Well, what we do is, because usually, like most things in Cambodia, just come from the regular factories with different levels of exploitation and everything. But what we do is we try and offer quality, and we've been pitching to a lot of NGOs who are quite interested in a product where the money goes back to NGOs. For the handicrafts, we have a lot more competition because a lot of Cambodian NGOs make handicrafts, but they're still really good to give the girls a variety of skills and also to make sure that we're still getting something out there. And it's like some of the girls have trouble sewing as well, so it's good for them to have a skill that's easier.
Judges?
Can you tell us what will happen in a year's time, 5 years' time with this project if we give you the funding?
Yeah, so the project has been getting closer and closer to being sustainable. And what we like, so some of the girls every year decide that they want to work for us. That's either because they can't go find a job because of their home conditions, but that means that we have more and more women, so we can take on more and more orders and bigger orders. As this project grows with the number of women, so too will it be with our capacity to meet a demand. And hopefully, eventually, well, we know it will eventually pay for itself. Yeah.
So we've asked this question a number of times. How do you select the women then that come into this program? And then how do they know about you?
So the women self-select, but the reason they hear about us is because our social workers work within the communities, and they will go around and they will talk to women. We also run excursions which are open to a wider variety of women, and they can come up to our social workers and say, I want to be part of this program. If they come up and say they want to be part of the program at a time when isn't actually when we're doing recruitment, we'll put them on a waiting list. But yeah, the most important thing is that we spread the message out there for our social workers, but they have to come to us.
Great presentation, Sarah, thank you.
Thank you.
The daycare centre that you offer for the kids, I mean, it's brilliant. You've thought of every angle.
Yeah.
So there's no excuses, right? I know it's free, but how's it funded?
So this program exists within a rider structure of the River Kids organisation. We've tried to address the trafficking through a variety of different elements. The kindergarten is a program that isn't just available to these women, it's available to wider range of women in the community, and it sits in the Border River Kids, which is a non-profit organisation.
Okay, thanks.
Great presentation.
Thank
and I
you.
wanted to just ask you a bit more about the team. Pio, Bona, the project leader, who some of the team members are, and it said Cambodia and Singapore. What's the connection to Singapore here?
Well, the project was actually, River Kids was actually founded by a woman from Singapore. She's over there. So most of our staff are actually in Cambodia, the vast majority. There are a few staff in Singapore. We manage the funds just because the Cambodian, it can be a bit unreliable keeping funds there. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. So that's the connection to Singapore. You asked about Bona. Funny thing is about Bona is he is way too qualified for his job in a way, and he actually gave me a lift to work once because his uncle used to give me, and his uncle couldn't give me that day, and he saw where I was working and he said, can I volunteer? And I remember the person who interviewed him said the one problem is he seems too qualified, like, for this job. In terms of his role, so there are different staff members. There's the staff members who teach the sewing. There's the staff members in charge of microfinance, and part of their role is to go out and make connections with future jobs that these women can have. So we have to check out a factory before we can tell a woman it's safe to get a job there. So forming those sorts of relationships. Also doing pitches to schools and to NGOs that might be interested in our uniforms. Yeah. Yeah?
Hi, thanks very much for that. Just, I guess, a question. You know, there's a lot of financing, particularly in this part of the world, going into Cambodia. So, you know, if you didn't get the money, what would happen? And, you know, it sounds like this is part of an initiative. Well, this is one initiative, part of a wider group of initiatives. Tell me what would happen if you don't get this funding.
At this stage, because we don't have a funder for this project, we wouldn't know if we were able to run it without the funding. We previously had a donor who has now pulled out of Cambodia. So this project does actually hang in the balance quite a bit.
You mean the whole thing or some part of it? When you said this project?
Oh, the microfinance, the 15 women, that part. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah.
What is your ambition?
Well, like I said, making school uniforms for the kids gives the women a lot of confidence. And I just think they've been put down their whole lives. Their self-esteem has been made so low that if they were able to, we say that the Cambodian government has faith in them to make uniforms for all the kids, or even other NGOs have faith in them, that's huge for them. So I think the more and more we can get out there and develop the brand, the more and more we will help our women.
Good. Unless one last quick question, I think we're out of time. I'm getting stares from these UN women people. I don't know why. Probably my time management. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, on that topic of stares from the UN women, I think you mean the timekeepers here tasked with controlling you, Jasjit. I think actually I should just say thank you to the volunteers who are here today as well. Yeah, I think for our timekeepers here in front, I know we've got our photographer over here. So there's a bunch of these people that you see running around who have put in a lot of time, a lot of effort to make today possible. So thank you guys so much. Timekeeping is never an easy job, especially with Jasjit and his last question, you know, stalling tactic. So thank you for keeping him in check. So we have our last finalist of the day. Oh, she comes bearing gifts. I don't know that they can be bought, these judges. You know, if the dried fish didn't do it, I'll give you some time to lay out your stuff. Very cool. I know that your project revolves around pumpkins, right? I like pumpkins, you know. I'm a big fan. Anybody else? Big fan of pumpkins? Squash, not so much, right? It's like quite tasteless compared to pumpkins. I don't know. It's just me. But all right. So I'm going to... I think she's quite eager to start. So I'm just going to quickly... You're nervous, right? You've been like backstage. You're raring to go. I'm holding you back. I'm sorry. Let me not stall any longer. Okay. Now we're going to be looking at women's empowerment in Pumpkin Value Edition. The location of this project is in Uganda. The aim is to empower single mothers in rural Uganda through training in pumpkin farming, business literacy, and the sale of pumpkin products such as bread, seeds, and spice tea. The team leader, Kailema Joyce, did I get that right? Chalema, I was completely off. First I hold you back from presenting, and then I say your name wrong. Chalema? It's tricky though because it starts with a K, right? Is it? Well, okay. So Chalema Joyce. Okay, Chalema, please. The stage is all yours. A round of applause for Chalema Joyce.
How are you all? I'm called Joyce Chalema from Rural Women and Youth Development Organization, which is found in Uganda. Mubende district. We found this organization to help and organize women in rural areas in our village find ways of increasing their household incomes, nutritional values, and food security. I repeat. I'm called Jasjit from Uganda, from an organization called Rural Women and Youth Development Organization, which was founded in 2011 with the name of organizing rural women and youth to find ways of increasing their household incomes, food security, and nutritional values. We started this organization in 2011 with a project of pumpkin growing and value addition. This project was started after realizing that women in our village were not earning an income. Since they had not gone to school, they had a mindset that someone who did not go to school cannot start a business and cannot get a job around. So we started this organization to find jobs for these women to increase on their incomes and take their children to school because they are single mothers. So after this project, we started an enterprise which is producing these products. Can I show you? It's producing pumpkin powder. This powder is used to make bread, cakes, cookies. We have pumpkin seeds powder. We have pumpkin roasted powder, pumpkin roasted seeds. We have ginger, pumpkin. We also have wine from pumpkins. We have pumpkin peanut butter, which is put on bread. So we sell all these products and get an income so that these women can take their children to school. We also train them in branding and processing all that. If we are given chance to get this $25,000 US, we want to take this project to other districts around Uganda so that we increase incomes of women in Uganda. So we are going to train these women in entrepreneurship skills. We are going to train them in group dynamics and leadership skills. We are going to also train them in marketing skills. We are going to train them in branding and packaging of their products. After training all these, we are going to train them in entrepreneurship skills so that they can increase their incomes in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Questions? Patricia?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Would you talk a little bit about the processing, where the processing happens, quality controls? Is that something that's done with these women, or you use another facility?
Right now, we are processing locally. We are sun-drying the pumpkins. Then after, we grind them in mortars. After, we package and sell them. Yeah. We are still doing all that from our office premise. Yeah, we want to get a processing plant in future so that we can do that in, yeah.
Do you get the men to squash the pumpkins to make
Sorry?
The pumpkin wine. Do you get the men to get into the vats with the pumpkins like you do with grapes? And they squash them? Is that how they do it for the wine?
I didn't get
He
you.
wants
No, it's
to
a
know,
joke.
how do you make the wine?
The wine.
I want to know if the men are put to work usefully to do the wine.
No, we ferment them from drums. We have wine drums.
Right.
We ferment them from there for 9 months. Then after we take it out.
So
for sale.
they're in the vats for 9 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, may I ask a question? So pumpkins, I like pumpkins, but I can imagine some people don't like pumpkins so much. As you go up, so it's great that in the beginning you have focus on pumpkin. You know, pumpkin is a good thing. There are worse things in the world. On the other hand, as you grow for many years, are you thinking of increasing your scope beyond pumpkins to other agricultural products
Yes.
also? Because, I mean, the way you describe, you know, your document shows you're very passionate about pumpkins. And it seemed like you want the pumpkins to take over the world.
In future.
And I'm just wondering, because, you know, there's only so many pumpkins you can sell. There is only so many people who want to grow pumpkins. You said all children should be eating pumpkins. Pumpkins are good for the environment. You have a lot of those properties of pumpkins. But why, I mean, pumpkins, why stop at pumpkins?
We wanted to start with pumpkins, but in future, we want to include all agricultural products. We want to add value to all agricultural products.
Okay.
If we get a processing plant, we shall do all that.
So how long do you want to stay within pumpkin? What's the vision in your mind that once we have so many pumpkins, we are ready to move on? Do you have any plan like that? Or?
No, we are planning to take this project all over Uganda.
Okay.
To help all women in rural areas in Uganda. And if we get plenty, we are planning to export to other countries.
Okay, so pumpkins take over the world. Okay.
Lovely initiative. How is it marketed and sold? Can you talk about that process?
Sorry?
How do you do the marketing and sales of the products? What's the
before getting the barcodes, we are selling door to door. So after getting a barcode, we can now take to supermarkets all over Uganda.
Ed?
Thank you very much for the great presentation. After the women go through the business training, what kind of work do they do after the training? What is the plan?
These women, after training all this, they are all employed in the enterprise. Yeah, some grow, some package, some process. Yes.
Can you tell us a bit about your team? Who has got what sort of expertise to implement this project?
Sorry?
Tell us
Who
a bit
are the
about your
other
team
people?
members.
Other people?
The team
In your
members.
team, sorry.
The ones that you, your organization is how do you pronounce it? RWYDO?
Rido.
Rido. Tell us a bit about the people who are working in Rido.
These women are the people who work in the organization because we formed a group in our village. So the women are the ones who work in the enterprise and the organization. Have I answered you?
And also other employees? Do you have other team members?
Yeah, we have other workers, part-time workers who come to help us during their processing.
Okay.
I would like to meet your financial controller at some stage. I think you've got 10 pages of financial reporting here, and it all adds up to $25,000. That's absolutely brilliant. Actually, one thing I'd really like to know is, for each of the women that become involved, roughly on average, how much would their income increase, in a 12-month period?
This project, the organization started way back, but the enterprise has just began this year. But every month, every woman per process, because we don't process every day. Per process, each woman can get $100.
One woman can make $100?
Yeah.
In one day?
No.
Okay.
In 1 month.
In 1 month, okay. Just making sure, otherwise I am going into the pumpkins business. Any other pumpkin questions? And all these pumpkin products are on sale downstairs, right?
Yeah.
I'm going there before these people buy it, because you really sold us on pumpkins. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One thing that I really like about Project Inspire is how different everyone's ideas are. And honestly, how you go from a village in Uganda and you look at these amazing products that have come out of that. Pumpkin wine, I mean, that's awesome, right? And just really the variety of projects, ideas, and obviously everything that it took for you guys to get here in the first place. I mean, let's not forget that there were over 500 pitches that came in, and these are the top 10, and we can see why. So I think, can we have a round of applause for our 10 finalists here today? It's not easy flying all the way out here, presenting in front of this panel of judges who look so serious sometimes and ask such difficult questions, but I think you guys have done a really good job. That is 10, right? I did not count wrongly. 10? Yes, okay. Which means that it is time for the judges to decide, well, everybody else gets to eat lunch. So I think a special thanks to our judges as well. Okay, so, well, you don't get that long of a lunch break. So lunch is an hour and a half. It's 1:30 now, so that puts us back here at 3? Right? Okay, so if you guys could be back here at 3, I have a couple of things. Wait, hang on, guys. Just 2 seconds. You are to join the conversation on Twitter at proj_inspire and Instagram at proj_inspire. A lot of this social media stuff here. Has anybody tweeted something? Instagram? Not enough people, not enough, come on. They've been doing all the hard work here. Over the lunch break, I expect to see tons of these postings. I don't even have an Instagram account, but a lot of you do. So make sure you see all the stuff coming up, all right? The questions that you guys have put forward, we'll be addressing those after lunch as well. Judges, thank you so much. You guys, I know you're about to go into a very difficult session. We appreciate it. On that note, there's a fair downstairs. Check that out. You've got an hour and a half, so that's more than enough time to eat and shop. And on that note, we'll see everybody back here at 3 o'clock. Guys, sorry. They just told me lunch is only an hour long. I don't know why they mislead me like this and then make me look bad. Amra. Lunch is an hour long. We decided you don't need an hour and a half. So if we could have everybody back here, please, at 2:30. And if you could help me spread that word to all those that escaped out the door before they heard this, okay? So at 2:30, I'll see you guys back here. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back from lunch. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being on time. How was lunch? Not bad. No, line was quite long though, huh? Anybody stuck at the back of it? No? No, that's why I was at the back of it, because all of you were at the front, right? Thanks, you know. Anyway, so at this point, this juncture of today's program, you'll see that we're missing the entire panel of judges because they're still deliberating, and we expect that this will take a while. So the idea of this session really was to address some of the questions that you guys had for our finalists, which the judges clearly did not think important to consider in their deliberation, but whatever, we'll have our own private session here. But before we do that, I think these guys, you know, I mean, it's been a tiring morning, right? Maybe a little bit. So I thought maybe we should speak to the audience first, you know, give them a bit of a break and maybe find out who you guys are, why you're here on a Saturday, you know, things like that. So I was thinking, anybody want to volunteer and sort of say, you know, this is who I am and why I'm here? It's cool if you don't, because I'll come around with a mic. You don't. But anybody like Pam, for example? Anybody? I know her. We'll start with you. No, no such thing. No. So we'll start with you, and then just tell us like who you are, why you're here, just to kick things off, you know? Thank you for your cooperation.
I'm here to see you, Ting. Right. I think I came for the project Inspire last year. And that was my first experience of actually listening to the presentations of young people. And I was very inspired by the passion. And I think I'm here again just to listen, to learn, also to be open to what are some of the issues that different communities face around the world. And to maybe see if I can, I don't know, to do something. Because I write, so I don't have any kind of money to give. But maybe to create some kind of awareness, maybe. Yeah, and to be just among people that are like-minded, and yeah. So I think mostly it is to listen to you guys, and you guys did a fantastic presentations, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pam. I think that's a lot about what it is. I think we've got the judges, we've got the money, you know, and the Project Inspire brand, and that's all quite cool. But I think just within the people that we have in the room, there are a lot of resources here as well. There's an opportunity for a lot of networking, a lot of partnerships. There's a lot, I think, of people who want to give back but might not know how, and are here to find out how other people are doing that, or if there's a space there that maybe they could, you know, slot themselves into and say support you in what you're doing, like what Pam was saying with her writing. So, what about you? Would you like to tell me why you're here?
You've answered my question. You've said the answer for me.
You're not allowed to quote me, guys. You have to
I'm here. This is my first time. I'm here to learn. I'm a late startup owner, so I'm just get some inspirations and see how I can give back to the community.
Cool. Thank you. Anybody else? No, we don't have to clap after each person. You know, it's. Anybody else want to? You know, or if you're here for some other reason and you've got a question that you want answered. No? Okay, I'll come around to the back. I have like half an hour, guys. You know, I could do this all day. What about you? This is my first man that I can ask you. Okay, so Andy, right? It says you're a social entrepreneur. Is that true, or the tags are just randomly allocated? How does that work?
Actually, I'm just an audience. Just come here and, you know, listen to the seminar. That's all.
Fair enough. He's here to listen to the seminar. But have you learned anything today? Did you just come in, or have you been here in the morning, throughout the morning? For lunch? Throughout the morning? Okay. Cool. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us. And yourself, Cheryl, says you're a volunteer. Is that true? With UN Women? Is your job to be in the audience, or are you sort of skiving? I don't understand. I see you sitting with a box of money. Does that? What is your role here?
I've been helping with the Global Sisters stall, and we've sold most of our wares. So I'm just coming in to experience what it's like in the auditorium and hear what people have to say, and yeah.
How cool! So you were in the fair downstairs?
Yes, outside.
So how was the fair? I missed it. I missed the whole thing.
It was good. We still have things for sale if anyone wants to come buy some owls and some handmade soaps. Right here.
You can also use this as a platform for your sales pitch. What about you, sir? On the phone, which is cool. because they're not. It's.
Hi, I'm Roger. Basically, I'm here to learn and be inspired. Yeah.
Have you learned and been inspired?
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah. I'm here also basically what I'm trying to learn is actually, I'm building a platform that connects youths to resources, especially mentors. So I learned some things from our dear entrepreneurs down there about what kind of mentors are suitable for what kind of youths. Yeah, so thank you.
Roger, right? What you were just talking about in terms of youths and mentors, I think that's very important. I mean, for you guys, as you young folk over there, have you had mentors that strongly influenced you or kept you inspired in what you guys have been doing? See, they're all nodding. So one is like kind of sort of, I did it myself, but whatever. So but I think honestly, I do think the idea of youth and mentors and that connection is very important. So I'm very glad you're here, Roger. Good job turning up today. What about yourself, Julie? I know everybody's like, it's like you're back in school, right? No, I'm sorry. We'll put them back on the spot later, but for now, I've got the platform and the mic.
Okay, again, so all 4 of us are volunteering, so we've been down on registration, and obviously registration's now closed, so we've come up to just see what questions are asked because we missed most of the presentations. But here for the day because obviously, we're all lucky enough to live in a country where for us everything works, and there's a lot of parts of the world that need help. They need businesses like everybody down there started, so it's always good to come along and see that and kind of remember that we have this privilege and there's a lot of people working hard to try and better their lives in that way.
Well, thank you, Julie, Tricia, Millie, and friend. Wow, that was tricky. Say that again. And Gadra. So I think round of applause for our registration ladies who have been here all day volunteering. Thank you very much. What about you, young man? Hello.
Well, instead of choosing to sit in a room and waste time, I chose to come here and experience something I've never seen before. So, yeah.
What was your name? Miles? Cool. Well, I'm glad you're here, Miles. Christina is like, don't pick me. No, but Christina, honestly, I know Christina. So here's the mic. Jeremy, could you tell me why you are here today?
I just wanted to come here. Well, with my mommy and daddy.
With your mommy and daddy, who are clearly raising you very well if they're introducing you to topics like this today. Chris?
Just wanted to say hello. I'm actually Christina Liu with UN Women Exco. And can I get everyone to get a round of applause for Ting, who is working extremely hard here today. This is not an easy job, you guys. And this is the 4th year that Ting is actually doing this. So we are very, very grateful to her at UN Women. So big round of applause for Ting and everybody on the webcast as well.
Thank you. I planted Chris so that I could work my way over to this question. So on that note, we'll go back now that I've, had my airtime. We'll go back to our finalists, and we'll actually start that pigeonhole thing that I've been talking about. Okay, so finalists, if I could please have you up on stage. You can pick any seat at random. First come, first serve. Don't worry. There are only 9. Just kidding. There are 10. Now, pigeonhole. So the pigeonhole person is in the back. Pigeonhole person, volunteer pigeonhole person. I think the screen is supposed to change to like the pigeonhole screen. It will catch up with me. So what we're going to do now is, if you recall, you can go to pigeonhole by going to... very good, here. Okay, go to phlive.at, enter the passcode, Inspire14. It is not case sensitive. Finished? Everybody done? Some people not as quick with the typing. Okay, next step. I think I'm supposed to click through this, but I don't have the clicker. Oh, thank you. Looking good, guys. You just sit tight. Did we do this? No. Oh, you'll see this thing come up. You just tap and dismiss it. Okay. And then you post questions, you vote for questions, etc. So let's start with the first question and the one that's got the highest number of votes. This is the part that builds up the suspense. Don't worry, it's coming. There. Isn't Pigeonhole quite cool, actually? Yeah, I think technology is quite cool. I don't fully understand it myself, but when I see it like that. Let's start with 12 questions. So, I'm going to ask the question, and then I'm going to, at random, choose a finalist to answer it. The finalists with the best answers at the end of the day will receive the loudest round of applause. Okay, so what is the evaluation process of how you choose who's going to gain the help? Okay, so how do you evaluate who you're going to help? Okay, so can I start with you? Shruti? Shruti? Oh, good, I remember.
We have so we teach skills through stories to children, and before we start a program, we do a baseline survey, and at the end of the program, we do an inline survey. So it sort of gives us the change in the answers, the sort of change girls give in answers, the sort of change in the answers from the teachers, because these stories are read by the teachers as well. So in a way, it motivates them as well. So there's a change of answer. So we try to keep up the baseline and line survey as being one of the impact evaluation. And like I mentioned in my pitch, this year we have started using randomized control trial in one of the districts. So we start with grade 8 students and we follow up them till grade 9. So what happens in this methodology is we teach the skills to a certain group number of children, and then we do not assess some children who have not been reading these stories. So we get to see the impact and the difference between both the groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the judges are back early, unexpectedly. So I'm going to change the format of our Q&A. So now each participant, when you're asked your question, and we're going to make sure every one of you gets one, you only have 30 seconds to answer. Timer? You guys you look bored. So we'll give you something to do. So you ring the bell and you just don't stop ringing the bell. Like keep ringing until they stop talking. So you have 30 seconds and you have to stop mid-sentence. Okay, so the goal is not to finish, don't finish talking. We want you to stop mid-sentence. You minus points if you stop before 30 seconds, okay? You got it? Okay, cool. Oh, specific question. Trade Monkey. The market is flooded with bags and items like these. How will you differentiate? Trade Monkey, remind me. Yeah, that's what I thought. So your 30 seconds starts now.
We differentiate on the style of actually having truly interesting and unique products that we do test with focus groups to see their appeal. But also because it comes with, even if you had a comparable bag, ours has the value added of having the transparency and the story that goes with it that makes it a truly interesting piece.
Which is quite cool, and you do see that with, whether it's like Tom's and the shoes, but it works. Storytelling works. Okay, next question. Pigeonhole manager. Okay. Co-op 46. Who comes up with the lectures, and how do you evaluate if they're effective?
Okay, I developed the course contents. I've done it before for a business school, the whole course, so we still maintain it. And then how effective, every month, once every month, we meet with these ladies and to check the impacts. Maybe we did, this month, we did on how to develop a new business, and we discovered that majority of them are not developing new businesses. That means it wasn't effective, so we changed it.
Very good. Look at them sticking to the time. We should have had this practice round before the judges session just now. Okay, how do you establish ties with the business network? So I'm just going to start from my left. That would be you.
Sorry,
so the question is, how do you establish ties? No. How do you establish ties with the business network? There we go.
Sorry, I didn't get the complete question. With the business network.
So how do you establish ties with the business network? So how do you tie in, let's say, with corporates or with partners? How do you establish those ties?
We have three different kind of partners that we work with. One is in terms of channel partners who help us do the outreach. Then there are content partners who help us develop the content and the course and the curriculum in terms of delivering it. And the third, in terms of corporate houses, we have worked with a few CSRs, but what we try to ensure is that even when picking up CSR projects, we want to ensure that yes, these are projects which will be sustaining in itself in the long run. And
you have to keep ringing. Thank you very much. Next question. Next question. No, I really thank you. Like, don't feel like I'm being rude. But the judges surprised me by reappearing so quickly. Last year, I think they were gone for hours. This year is much easier to decide. It's piece of cake. There you go. I think they decided before they went to the. Okay. How will you finance yourself in the future after applying the award to your project? So how will you finance? In your case, let's say with the pumpkin and the branding and all of that, how will you finance it in the future after using, if you win, the prize money?
Even if we don't win, even if we win, we are going to finance the project through selling our products. Since we are going to train other women to make all those products, they are going to be growing more pumpkins. Yep. So there will be more supply.
Coming back in, yeah. Great, cool. Next question. River Kids. River Kids, you haven't taken a question yet, right? Okay. Why are uniforms important? It seems a luxury. I didn't write that.
Well, there's two reasons. One, the public schools in Cambodia have to have uniforms. So someone has to make them. We want it to be us. And secondly, uniforms in a school like Cambodia where there's massive poverty, they equalize the kids in the playground and make them, they all have something smartish to wear.
Yeah. Oh, good answer. Next question, please. Global Sisters, you haven't taken a question yet, right? Okay. Is your priority on microfinance or on providing a sales platform? So your priority, is it on microfinance or a sales platform?
Well, to answer that, it has to be both, because we are supporting the women with start to finish of their business. So in that case, even though, initially we are going to be providing them with loan, but we also need to have their products be marketable as well. So that's why we have that end-to-end solutions for them.
Cool, thank you. All right, so who has yet to answer a question? 1, 2, 3. Just 3 left, right? Okay. You answered the first one. Okay. No answering twice. You get no points at this stage. Okay. So how do you handle? Oh no. Can you? I'm trying to be fair and let them each answer a question. We're going to get to that, okay? Now, and they only have 30 seconds. Seriously. Okay. For each country, what are the government grants explored, if any? Let's start with. Remind me, I forgot your name. Sheena. I know there's a Rose in the middle. Sheena Rose, if that helps. Sheena, you want to take this one? And then Mai will get to you with the next one? Okay. For each country, what are the government grants explored, if any?
At this point in time, we have not explored government grants yet. But I think for now, our focus is in growing the number of students that we will help. And if the government sees that our tuition loan program is working or our youth empowerment program is working, then it will be easier to come forward and ask them for some support.
Cool. Thank you. So 2 more questions, right? 3, 2. I'm going to ignore the first one. You guys are rude. Okay. How do you handle bad loans due to a crisis? Is this directed at anybody in particular? This question? Bad loans due to a crisis like a medical emergency. Does anybody want to take that? How you handle bad loans? Do you deal with loans? No. You don't deal with loans? Bad question. Out. Next. Okay. You haven't answered, right? Okay, so what if the processed product from Bomba is not fully sold by Harare? So what if the processed product from Bomba is not fully sold by Harare?
The sales in Harare are, I guess, the duty of the women in the halfway house, but we do have marketing specialists on our own team who will handle sales for the rest of Harare. So we don't expect Harare to take all of the produce we make, just so that these ladies have work experience and get a chance to sell something.
Cool, thank you. Last question, Mai, right? So you started first, today. You're going to end for us. Finish strong, finish strong. Yeah. Your question is, can you tell us who you think will win? No, that's not fair. That's not fair. What's she going to say? Herself? Then she looks back. The bottom question, you want the one with the 3 votes that's not popular? Where it says Vietnam. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I didn't read that. Okay, how is Reach different from job placement companies, and Vietnam being a developing country where foreign investments are vast? I've heard finding a job should be no problem. So how is Reach different from a job placement company?
For job placement company, the service they provide is upcharged, and they have different target customer than us. And the most different is that we provide job and we follow up with the job. We make sure that our target customer, they have job, they stay in the job and pursue in the future.
Very good. I knew she'd finish strong. All right, guys, thank you very much. You may return to your seats so that we can get to question 1. Now, okay, before we can answer question 1, I'd like to invite Sesh, please, on stage, Group Executive, Global Products and Solutions, Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa, MasterCard, to say a few words. Sesh. Not that I like to delay things, but before we get to our winners, I just quickly, I think it's also important to recognize the mentors that have helped to guide these guys over the past few days. They're nodding. I think it was much appreciated help and guidance. So I'd just like to acknowledge Claire Devi, CSR lead from Microsoft Asia Pacific, Sandhya Devanathan, Head Unsecured Lending, Standard Chartered Bank, Carla Henry, Director Asia Pacific Bridge, and Kernan, Client Services Director, Anthem Worldwide, Elvin Liu, Director, Salesforce.com, Pat Sian Lau, Acting Chief Executive Officer with NVPC, the National Volunteer Philanthropy Center, Prasad Namakal, Founder of In My Defense, Marcella O'Shea, Strategic Projects Asia Pacific and Social Innovation Group with Cisco, Lavinia Rajaram, Regional Manager Marketing and Corporate Communications, Densu Agis, Network Southeast Asia, and last but not least, Ricky Teo, Director at Kroll. I'm sorry if I pronounced some of those names wrong. But thank you so much to any of the mentors that are in the audience today. I'm sure you are very proud of what the finalists did up here on stage. Now, at this juncture, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. But I would like to invite Georgette Tan, please, up on stage. She's the Group Head of Communications of Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa for MasterCard Worldwide, to present each of our 10 finalists with certificates and awards for taking part in Project Inspire and making it to the grand final. So Georgette, please. Would you like to say a few words? No, that's okay. So as I read the name of your team and your name, if you could come up please to receive your certificate and award. So up first, please, supporting disadvantaged young women through vocational training and job placement program, Pamti Nok Mai. So Mai, if you could come up, please, representing the organization REACH. And the Sinak Store Project, Sheena, please, if you could join us on stage, representing Sinak Microfunds. And we have Esther Banda from Project Can Do. Esther. And somebody from Arca Social Ventures, if you could join us, please, on stage. And Shruti from Skills at School for Girls from the organization Going to School. Shruti, please. And Aniti from Co-op 46. Elena from Trade Monkey. Hawanatu from Global Sisters. And Sarah from River Kids. And last but not least, Jalema from Women's Empowerment in Pumpkin Value Edition. Thank you very much, Georgia. And congratulations again to all 10 of you. We move now to the Project Inspire People's Choice Award. To give out this award, I'd like to invite Trina up on stage, please. Yes. And the winner of the People's Choice Award goes to, drum roll, the Sinak Store Project. So congratulations. Now again, the People's Choice Award goes to the project that got the most number of votes online. So congratulations, Sheena. Thank you very much, Sheena. Okay, now we can finally answer question 1 that was up on the screen just now. Who won? And to tell us that, I'd like to invite Jasjit, please, up on stage to give us a little bit more of an, a glimpse into what went down in that room.
Thank you. So as soon as I say the names, of course, everybody will run out. So I'm going to prolong the pain for a couple of more minutes because I want to make sure I do justice to the 2 people I will not be mentioning as the last 2 because that would be very unfair. So first of all, I should congratulate each one of you for a great job you did today and all the fantastic work you're doing. And you're all winners. It was a very tough competition just to get where they are. And one thing, I'm not sure how well aware you are of this, but just based on last year's experience, invariably people that make it to the finals in Project Inspire go on to raise a lot of funding from multiple sources. So make sure the first thing you do when you go back in office is what? What is the first thing you should do? No, close. Send email is the second. The first thing is you open your CV or firm or whatever, and the first thing you change is finalist in Project Inspire. If you don't, some of you have already done that, I noticed, but if you haven't, make sure you can also post the tough questions you survived and say, look, we were able to answer questions like this. So The last thing I want to say before I mention the names is, even if, I'm going to give 2 names, these are not necessarily, could be, but these are not necessarily the very best projects in some absolute sense, because we were told as the panel of judges to keep in mind 2 specific things. One was, which is a project for which $25,000 or $10,000 respectively, which is the first and the second prize, would make a big difference. And second, related to that, in line with the agenda of UN Women. Okay. And these are, important constraints that we face that in general you would not face when you talk to wider constituencies. So please bear this in mind, that we were with those constraints, and it was still not easy, by the way. It's just that, over the years we've learned the process. So this time we just got straight to, okay, we've tried different things this year, let's get to the process. Still fought it out, but, I've been sort of reading up on negotiations and how to influence people and all of that. So I think that worked out slightly better this year. I'm just kidding. Okay, so with that, the runner-up for this year's Project Inspire Award is River Kids. And I'll invite Brendan to give the award for that. Very good. And the winner of this year's 2004 Project Inspire, 2014, sorry. 2004 is when I joined INSEAD. I'm trying to be less than 35 years so that I can participate as well. Not happening. Sorry. Thank you for the correction. Obvious correction. Let's try it. The winner of 2014 Project Inspire is Reach from Vietnam. Sesh, can I help you? Congratulations, well done.
We'll do a group shot later. We'll save the group shot. But thank you so much. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Sesh. Thank you, Jasjit. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this year's Project Inspire. Although really, I think all of you are winners. You've made it so far. You're here in Singapore. You've done a fantastic job presenting. So can we have another round of applause, please, for our top 10 finalists here today? So again, to all the volunteers from UN Women, thank you so much for all the hard work, for pulling this off, for all the partnerships, all the people, the organizations, individuals that have come together to make this happen, for the judges who've taken the time not just to come down, but to really put a lot of thought and heart, I think, into deciding, who would walk away with today's prize, but also, I think, asking a lot of questions that will help these guys go back and work and fine-tune the projects that they have on hand. So on that note, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. We look forward to seeing you in 2005, right, Jasjit, at the next Project Inspire. Judges and finalists, if you could stay behind for a photo shoot. The rest of you, if you want your photo taken, sure, but if not, we'll see you next year. Yeah, it was here. It's okay, I can pull it up on my... Let me see if I can pull up the photo Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up as well. Have you got it? A-M-A-R-A. Sorry, I didn't print it all out. Okay, here. Okay, got it. Yeah, protocols here. Okay. Okay, so for the judges and for the finalists, if I could have the grand prize winner, where's my, yeah.